Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. At night, his dogs always saw it first. They were big dogs, too. Not the yappy kind, two German Shepherd mixes that had never backed down from anything in their lives. But a few weeks after he moved into his dream house at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac, they started doing the same thing, at the same time, every night, around 2 in the morning. They would both wake up and just stand at the sliding glass door, staring into the backyard. Their ears would be pinned back, their bodies stiff, their fur standing up along their spines. They would growl, then howl, then throw themselves at the glass like something was on the other side of the fence that only they could see. He thought it was nothing. New place, new smells, maybe some raccoons in the nature preserve behind his house. That preserve was why he bought the place, no neighbors behind him. Just a wall of dark trees, peaceful, private, quiet, until it was not. One morning, after another long night of barking, he went out into the yard to see what they were losing their minds over. It was early. The kind of gray light where you can barely see your own breath. The grass was wet with dew. The air smelled like cold dirt and old leaves. And then he saw it. Right up against the back fence. A deer head. Not a hunting trophy. Not something mounted or cleanly cut. This was dropped there. The neck was torn open. Not sliced skin peeled back. Muscle shredded. The white of the spine poking out like broken porcelain. One cloudy eye was missing. The other was half open, staring at his house. There was a drag mark behind it. A long, dark streak through the grass and dirt, leading straight back into the trees behind the fence. Like something with claws had pulled it all the way from the preserve and left it at the edge of his lawn. His dogs refused to go near it. They didn't sniff, didn't lick their lips, didn't treat it like food. They stood behind him, whining, staring at the tree line, like they were waiting for something to step back out. He told himself it had to be coyotes, or some messed up hunter. There was no other explanation that made sense. Not yet. So he did what normal people do. He took pictures on his phone. He posted them online. He called animal control. And then he tried to go back to his life. He took out the trash. He went to work. He came home. He microwaved leftovers while his fridge hummed and his dogs laid by the back door. And outside, the woods got darker earlier every night. But the deer head wasn't the last thing they left for him. When he finally worked up the nerve to cross his fence and follow those drag marks into the preserve, he did not find coyotes. He did not find a hunter's dumping ground. He found a shallow hollow in the woods full of bones, long, gnawed-through leg bones, ribs, shattered spines, matted fur. And sitting right on top of the pile, tilted to one side like it was listening, was a human skull with a crack across the forehead. The kind of fracture you see when someone's head has been hit with something very heavy. That's when he stopped telling himself this was just an animal problem. Tonight's story is the email he sent after that. A man alone in a house that backs up to the woods. 2 dogs that will not stop howling at the fence. And something in the preserve that drags its meals through the trees and leaves the heads in people's yards. This is his story. 1.1. Moving in and the first night of barking. I am writing this as an email to your channel because I have officially run out of people in my real life who will listen to me for more than 30 seconds without changing the subject. The cops do not care. Animal control does not care. My neighbors have turned it into a kind of neighborhood rumor, something they can laugh about over beers and lawn chairs. But I still have to sleep in this house. So if you end up reading this in one of your videos, just know I am not some kid trying to go viral with a creepypasta. I am a 36-year-old guy with a full-time job, a mortgage, a bad back, and 2 dogs that used to be the only thing I trusted. I work 9 to 5 in a warehouse office. I drink cheap beer. I go to Costco once a month. And until recently, I thought true horror stories meant stuff like medical bills and divorce court. I do not believe in ghosts. I did not believe in monsters. I still do not have a good word for whatever is behind my house. What I do have is a timeline. It started the week I moved into what I thought was my fresh start house. The place is in Pennsylvania, in one of those suburbs where every street curls into a cul-de-sac and every mailbox looks the same. 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, a 2-car garage that I knew in my heart would never actually hold a car. The thing that sold me was the backyard, no neighbors behind me, just a low wooden fence and then a wall of trees with a faded sign half hidden in the underbrush. Nature preserve, no trespassing. My realtor called it peaceful. At the time, that sounded perfect. I had just finished a messy separation that turned into an even messier divorce. My ex got the apartment closer to the city and most of the furniture. I got the truck, half the savings, and a stack of cardboard boxes that smelled like dust and old coffee. When I first pulled up in front of the new house with a U-Haul trailer rattling behind me, the only thing I felt was relief. The driveway sloped down a little from the street. I remember backing in too fast and hearing the hitch scrape the concrete. A horrible metal-on-pavement scream that made the old lady across the street look up from her garden. I waved, embarrassed, then started unloading my life box by box. Home Depot boxes stacked 2, 3 high in the garage. A sagging Domino's pizza box on the kitchen counter by the sink. Greasy circles shining through the cardboard. 4 Bud Light cans already on the counter beside it, forming the beginning of what would probably become my new recycling pile. I did not have a proper TV stand yet, so I set my flat screen on top of a taped-up box labeled books, then sat cross-legged on the bare living room floor while some football game played itself out in the background. The carpet smelled like the last owner's vacuum cleaner and some kind of lemon cleaner the realtor had probably sprayed around right before the open house. The back of the house was almost all glass. A sliding door opened out onto a small concrete patio, just big enough for the rusty grill the previous owner had left behind and a plastic chair I found at Walmart. Beyond that was a rectangle of lawn that looked too green to be real, with lines in it from the last mow. At the edge of the lawn stood a low wooden fence, weathered and peeling, and behind the fence, pressed right up against it, was the tree-lined tall trunks, dark bark, a tangle of undergrowth. The faded metal sign on one of the posts read, "Nature Preserve, no trespassing." The way the word preserve was half rusted through made it look less like a nice park and more like a warning. I remember thinking it looked cool, like my own private woods. I did not move into that house alone. Ranger came first. He is an older German Shepherd mix, gray creeping into the fur around his muzzle, one ear that never quite stands up straight. I adopted him from a rescue 3 years ago. They told me he had been a working dog of some kind before that. Maybe security, maybe something else, they were vague about it. He walks with a slight hitch in one back leg from an old injury, but he is steady, solid, the kind of dog that plants himself between you and a stranger without thinking. Luna is younger, leaner, and twice as loud. Another shepherd mix, all nerves and energy, The type that bounces off the walls if you are 10 minutes late for her walk. She hates the mailman, the UPS guy, anyone on a skateboard. If Ranger is the quiet bodyguard, Luna is the alarm system that never stops talking. I told myself that moving out to the edge of the neighborhood would be fine because of them. 2 big dogs, better than any security camera, better than any alarm company. If anything came near the house that was not supposed to be there, they would let me know. I just did not understand what that would feel like. That first day was nothing but trips, from truck to garage, from garage to kitchen, from kitchen to living room. The microwave went on the counter, still sticky from the last place. The fridge hummed to life, making that low, steady vibration that you do not notice until you are alone in a quiet room. Every time I opened it, it smelled like cold plastic and leftover pizza. By the time the sun slid behind the trees, my body felt like someone had beat me with a bat. I got the mattress on the floor of the master bedroom, threw a fitted sheet over it that did not quite match, and told myself I would deal with the rest tomorrow. It was one of those evenings where the sky hangs onto a little strip of pink over the rooftops, and everything else goes navy blue. The street outside was so quiet, I could hear the neighbors' wind chimes tinkle whenever the breeze caught them. In the distance, way off past the preserve, the sound of the highway washed through like ocean waves played through a cheap speaker. Inside, the microwave clock blinked 12 o'clock at me in stubborn green digits because I had not bothered to set the time yet. The fridge hummed, somewhere. The house creaked as it settled, a long, slow pop of wood. I tried not to think about too much. Ranger and Luna did a lap of the downstairs, sniffing every corner, then finally lay down near the sliding door, noses almost touching the glass like they were already on duty. I stretched out on the old fabric sofa I had managed to keep from the divorce, put my forearm over my eyes, and let myself think. Just for a second. This is it. Finally home. I must have drifted off for maybe half an hour, maybe less. Long enough that the TV went to some quiet commercial, and my arm went numb. The first thing I remember is Ranger's growl. It came from somewhere beneath my feet, a low, rumbling noise that did not sound like any of his usual barks at the mailman. It was the kind of sound that starts in a dog's chest and spreads through the floorboards. A half second later, Luna exploded into high-pitched barking, rapid fire, over and over, like someone was pounding on the back door with both fists. I sat up too fast, the room tilting for a second. The TV screen glowed blue. The rest of the house was dark. For a moment, I had no idea where I was odd-ceiling. Unfamiliar shadows, and then it hit me, new house, new night. The barking did not stop. I got up, every muscle protesting, and headed for the stairs. The only light came from outside, a pale yellow glow pouring in through the blinds from the neighbor's porch light, and a thin strip under the front door. As I went down, the sound of Luna's nails skittering on the tile got louder, mixed with Ranger's steady, guttural growl. The kitchen felt like the inside of a submarine, small, dark, full of humming appliances. I did not turn on the light. Something about the way they were barking made me want to see what they were seeing before I flooded everything with brightness. Both dogs were at the sliding glass door that led to the patio. The curtains were pulled closed, cheap off-white polyester swaying slightly with each impact as Luna threw her weight at them. Ranger stood planted, body rigid, his fur standing up in a line along his spine. They were not just barking, they were staring. Their noses were almost touching the fabric of the curtain, locked on something at exactly one height. exactly one spot on the other side of the glass. Luna barked so hard she almost coughed. Little jumps of her back legs, like something was just out of reach. Ranger's mouth pulled back enough that I could see the glint of his teeth in the dark. The microwave clock blinked 1200 again behind me, as if it were the only thing in the world keeping time. I could hear the distant hiss of cars on the highway, but back here, in the kitchen, everything else was swallowed by the dog's noise. "Hey," I said, voice still thick with sleep. "What the hell? Guys?" They did not even flick an ear at me. I stepped closer, bare feet slapping softly on the tile. My heart was not racing yet. In my mind, it was still something stupid, a raccoon halfway up the fence, a stray cat, some kid from the neighborhood daring himself to poke his head over. From where I stood, I could see the way Luna's haunches were tensing, little tremors rolling through her muscles. It was like she was being held back by an invisible leash just on the other side of that curtain. I reached out and grabbed the edge of the fabric. The second my fingers closed around it, Luna launched herself forward with everything she had. Her shoulder and chest slammed into the glass, into the spot where her nose had been just a moment before. And the impact made a deep thud that went straight through my ribs. The curtain swung up and out with the motion, brushing against my face, and for maybe half a second, I had the stupid, irrational feeling that there would be a face inches from mine when it fell. My hand jerked back on reflex. My heart finally kicked in, thudding against my sternum as loud as the noise Luna had just made. Ranger snarled, a wet, tearing sound. Paws scraping on tile as he tried to push forward too. I swallowed, told myself I was being ridiculous, and yanked the curtain aside. The patio appeared first, the old grill, the single plastic chair, the damp concrete glowing faintly in the spill of a neighbor's porch light. Beyond that, the rectangle of lawn, a darker green now under the night sky. The wooden fence along the back was just a black line, and behind the fence, nothing but the tree line. It was a wall of shadow, the kind of dark that swallows details. I could see the suggestion of trunks, the hint of branches against a slightly lighter patch of sky, but no faces, no eyes, no shapes that did not belong. The only sound was the whisper of leaves brushing against each other high up, and the faint buzz of an insect near the glass. No kids, no raccoons, no glowing eyes. Just my own reflection in the glass door, a tired guy in sweats. Two dogs pressing against his legs like they were trying to climb inside him. Luna kept barking for a few seconds. Snout pointed straight out into the yard, but her voice faltered as nothing moved. Ranger's growl dropped down to a low rumble, then to silence, but his body stayed stiff, eyes locked on the fence. "See," I muttered, more to myself than to them. "Deer or something. It's gone." I let the curtain fall back into place and stood there for a moment in the dim kitchen, listening as their breathing slowed. I could still feel the echo of that thud in the glass in my bones. If that had been the only weird night, I would not be sending this to you. 1.2 dead-end street and a discounted house. The morning after that first night of barking, everything looked so normal that I almost felt stupid for how tense I had been. Sunlight was coming in sharp through the blinds when I woke up, cutting the bedroom into bright stripes and shadows. For a second, I forgot where I was again. New ceiling, new paint, the faint smell of someone else's air freshener baked into the walls. Then my back reminded me that I had spent the night half on, half off, a too-soft mattress on the floor. And it all came back. New house, new start, weird first night. Ranger stretched and groaned by the bedroom door, nails clicking once on the hardwood. Luna yawned so hard her jaw cracked, then hopped up like nothing in the world had ever scared her. If they were shaken from the night before, they did not show it. I told myself that was a good sign. Dogs forget. Dogs overreact. Maybe there really had been a raccoon or a stray cat out there, and I had let my half-asleep brain fill in the rest. Either way, I had more immediate problems. This was the day I realized just how much crap you do not think about until you move somewhere new. Shower curtain, trash cans, dish soap, a plunger, towels, an actual broom instead of the tiny one I'd been using in the apartment. The list on my phone looked like something a teenager scribbles when their mom tells them to pick up a few things. So I loaded Ranger and Luna into the truck, hit the Walmart on the highway, and did the most American thing possible after a life event wandered fluorescent aisles under awful music. Throwing random solutions into a cart. Shower curtain with a generic gray pattern. Trash can with a lid that actually closes. Dog food, big bag, store brand. The kind that makes the cashier ask, "How many you got at home?" A bath mat, a toilet brush, a multi-pack of paper towels, hooks for coats I do not own. By the time I pushed the cart back out into the parking lot, the sky had gone that bright. Washed out blue that makes everything look like a commercial. The truck was already warming up in the sun. The town felt safe. Ordinary, the kind of place where the scariest thing on a Saturday afternoon is a teenager in a loud car. Driving back into the neighborhood, I noticed things I had been too tired to clock the day before. Most of the houses had some little touch out front to show people had been there a while. A college flag flapping lazily from a porch, a ceramic frog guarding a flower bed, 2 carved pumpkins already sagging in the weak sun, their faces collapsing into wrinkled grins. It was one of those cul-de-sacs where the street ends in a circle and all the houses around it seem to have some unspoken agreement about who parks where. Kids' bikes were laying on a lawn. Somebody had one of those inflatable yard decorations deflated in a heap, waiting for night. And then there was my house. Mine sat at the far end, where the asphalt just stopped. If you stood in the middle of the circle and looked straight past my driveway, there was nothing behind it but trees. No second row of houses, no road. Just the brown-gray wall of the preserve pressing up behind my fence. There was a weird kind of silence behind my place that the other houses did not have. Everyone else had a backyard that looked into someone else's backyard fences, swing sets, above-ground pools, the occasional barking dog. Behind mine, in the middle of the day, there was only shade and the faint sound of wind through branches. I pulled into the driveway, killed the engine, and sat there for a second, just listening. Ranger whined softly in the back seat, impatient to get out. Luna pawed at the window. From down the street, a trash truck snarled into gear and rumbled away. Somewhere, a lawnmower droned, but from the line of trees behind my house, nothing. When I got out of the truck, the first person I met on my street was taking his garbage can to the curb. He was the kind of neighbor you'd cast if you were making a movie about small-town America, late 40s or early 50s. Flannel shirt unbuttoned over a t-shirt, baseball cap pulled low, gray in his beard. He had that slow, practical way of moving, like he'd spent years lifting things heavier than he was supposed to. He glanced up as I shut the truck door. "You must be the new guy," he called, in that casual tone people use when they've already decided who you are. "Yeah," I said, lifting a hand. "Just moved in yesterday." He wheeled the big green trash can to the end of his driveway, then walked a little closer, squinting against the midday sun. "Where you from?" "About 40 minutes closer to the city." "Apartment," I said. "Needed more space, cheaper mortgage than rent, all that." He nodded like he'd heard that speech before. His eyes flicked past me to where Ranger and Luna were sticking their heads out of the truck's back window, tongues lolling. "Got yourself some protection. At least," he said. "Good dogs." "Yeah," I said. "They'll bark at anything that moves. Trust me." He gave a short, dry laugh at that. "You got a good deal on that place. You know," he added, jerking his chin toward my house. "It sat on the market for a while. I tried to keep my face neutral. I had seen the listing history. The price had dropped twice in 6 months. In this market, that was unusual. I figured that was just interest rates scaring people," I said, "or the fact it backs up to the woods. Not everybody wants that." He shifted his weight, looked past me toward the tree line. For a second, his expression did something complicated, like he wanted to say something, and then thought better of it. "People around here," he said slowly. "We're weird about the woods." I waited, expecting him to laugh and say he was kidding. He did not. Why, I asked. He just shrugged, the motion tightening his flannel across his shoulders. "Stories, kids, hunters. You know how it is. My wife's got a casserole in the oven. She'll kill me if I burn it. Welcome to the street, man." And just like that, he turned and walked back up his driveway, the screen door slamming behind him. I stood there a moment longer than I needed to, the plastic shopping bags cutting into my fingers, looking from his front door to the trees behind my house. The preserve in daylight looked harmless. Sunlight filtered down through the leaves, turning them almost translucent at the edges. The trunks were streaked with green moss and old scars where branches had been cut. A squirrel ran along the top of my fence like it owned the place, its tail twitching. Somewhere deeper in, a bird called out lazily. If you framed it right, it was picturesque, postcard material. Ranger and Luna did not seem convinced. When I let them out into the backyard for the first time that afternoon, they trotted down the steps and then both stopped halfway across the lawn, as if they had hit an invisible wall. Their noses lifted, sniffing, catching whatever drifted over the fence from the trees. "Go on," I said, patting my leg. "Go check it out." Luna took a few tentative steps further, then angled away from the fence to sniff the base of the grill instead. Ranger did a slow circle, staying closer to the house, always keeping the tree line in his peripheral vision. Neither of them went all the way up to the fence, not even to pee on it. I told myself they were just overwhelmed by the new scents, calculating their territory. But it planted a little seed in the back of my head that did not go away. Later that day, after hauling most of my Walmart life into the house and hanging a cheap gray shower curtain in the bathroom, I took a break on the patio with a cold beer. The sun had slid just enough that the yard was mostly in shade. Heat radiated up from the concrete through my bare feet. The backyard felt smaller from out there, boxed in by the fence and the trees. My house on one side, the preserve on the other. My entire world, it seemed, was contained in the rectangle between those two lines. I leaned back in the plastic chair, listened to the distant hum of a passing plane, the highway's steady hiss, the occasional sound of a car rolling through the cul-de-sac. Ranger lay by the sliding door, eyes half closed. Luna paced, then flopped down. then got back up again like she could not quite settle. That was when I heard it. A tiny sound at first, faint enough that I almost wrote it off as an insect. Click, just one. It came from somewhere in the trees. Not deep in, but not right at the fence either. A crisp, hard tap, like someone had taken a fingernail and wrapped it on a piece of wood. I held my breath without meaning to. A few seconds passed. The wind brushed the leaves. A car door slammed 2 houses over. Then, again, click, click, click. 3 quick taps in a row, evenly spaced. It sounded exactly like knuckles or claws on bark, not random, not the irregular creak of branches in the breeze. It was deliberate. I set my beer down, the can leaving a wet ring on the arm of the chair, and stood up. Ranger's eyes opened all the way. Luna lifted her head, ears pricked, but neither of them barked. They just watched me as I took a few steps across the patio toward the fence, the boards gray and splintered with age. Click. Closer this time. I reached the edge of the lawn, my toes touching the first line of dirt where the grass gave up and the preserve began. I peered between the slats of the fence, squinting, trying to see if there was a branch swinging against a trunk, something that would explain it. The sound stopped. No squirrel, no woodpecker. Nothing moved. The only thing I could hear was my own breathing and, faintly, the hollow hum of a truck somewhere on the highway. After a minute of staring into the trees like an idiot, I laughed once under my breath and told myself I was tired. That was all. New house, new noises. The woods had their own rhythm, and I just was not used to it yet. That night, sometime around dinner, the neighbor from across the street knocked on my front door. When I opened it, his wife was standing beside him, holding a pie tin wrapped in foil, like we were in some kind of commercial. She was in her late 40s, hair pulled back, wearing a sweatshirt with the local high school's mascot on it. She smiled in that automatic, polite way people do when they are trying not to stare past you into your half-unpacked life. "Hey there," the man said. "We figured we should do the neighborly thing. This is my wife, Carol. I'm Dave." "Hi," I said. "I'm Mark. We brought you a little something," Carol said, lifting the pie. "It's just apple from a can. Nothing fancy, but, you know, welcome to the neighborhood." The house smelled like cardboard and takeout. The pie suddenly made it feel almost like a home. I thanked them, stepped aside when they asked if they could look around a bit. It turned into the kind of small talk tour you would expect: nice floors, decent kitchen. You'll want to replace that light fixture. The last guy was cheap. They stood by the sliding door for a second, looking out at the backyard. "You really do back right up to the preserve," Carol said. "That's something." "Yeah," I said. Realtor called it private. Dave gave a short snort at that but did not comment. It was only when they were leaving, pie tin on my counter and polite smiles exchanged, that she slipped. "I'm just glad somebody bought it after, you know," she said, then bit her lip like the words had escaped on their own. Dave shot her a look, a tiny sharp thing between husband and wife, and put a hand on her arm. After what I asked, "Nothing," Dave said quickly. "Just the market. You know, it's been weird. Anyway, if you need anything, we're right across the street." They backed away from the door with more waves and reassurances. the screen door creaking shut behind them. I stood there in the entryway, the hall light casting a pale circle around my feet, listening to the sound of their footsteps fading down my front walk. After the house went quiet again, I set the pie on the counter and pulled out my phone. It is amazing how fast curiosity turns into dread when you type your own address into a search bar and add words like missing and incident after it. The first few hits were real estate sites, showing the photos I had already seen, wide-angle shots of the empty rooms, a sunnier version of the backyard with the trees looking more inviting. Then, halfway down the page, there was a link to a local news site I did not recognize. The headline was short: "Local man and dog missing near preserve trail." I clicked it. The article was a couple of years old. It mentioned a middle-aged man who had lived at my address. He had taken his dog for a walk along the trail that ran through the nature preserve one evening and never come back. His car was still in the driveway. His phone was still on the kitchen counter. A neighbor had reported hearing the dog barking deep in the woods long after dark. Search teams had gone out. They had found nothing. No body, no dog, no sign of a struggle. The article ended with the usual quote from law enforcement about no evidence of foul play at this time and a request for anyone with information to come forward. There had been no follow-up that I could find. The comments under it were full of speculation, bad jokes, and one or two people saying things like, "I told you that preserve is cursed." I sat at the kitchen table with my phone in my hand and looked over at Ranger and Luna sleeping on the floor. Ranger's paws twitched occasionally, like he was running in a dream. Luna was sprawled on her back, legs in the air. For the first time since I signed the papers, the house did not feel like a bargain anymore. That was the first night I locked the back door twice. 1.3. The first gift at the fence. It did not happen at night. Somehow, that made it worse. It was a Saturday morning, one of those slow ones where the whole cul-de-sac feels hungover. The sky was a flat, pale gray, the kind you know is going to burn off by noon. But for the moment, everything looked washed out and cold. I had a trash bag in one hand, heavy and slick with condensation, knotted at the top. The can was out by the side of the house, near the gate to the backyard. Ranger trotted along beside me, nose working overtime, tail low but wagging. Luna stayed inside, watching from the sliding door like she was supervising. It smelled like any other trash day old pizza, coffee grounds, the faint chemical bite of cleaning wipes. I popped the lid on the can, shoved the bag down inside, and was about to head back in when Ranger stopped. He froze so abruptly that the leash jerked tight between us, nearly pulling the handle out of my fingers. His whole body angled away from the side of the house, toward the yard. He started to growl, not loud, not like the night at the glass door. This was low, under his breath, a constant vibration I could feel in the leash. His hackles lifted one hair at a time, starting at his shoulders and running down his back like someone was slowly zipping something open along his spine. "What is it?" I asked. Because talking to a dog is better than admitting you are talking to yourself. He did not look at me. His eyes were fixed on a point I could not see yet. Somewhere beyond the corner where the fence ran along the back of the property. That was when the smell hit me. At first, it was just a question in the air, something my brain did not process right away. Heavy, sweet in the wrong way, metallic. Then it clicked, the stink of old blood and meat left too long in the heat. Not the sharp, clean smell of a butcher's shop, but the lazy, rotten version that hangs in the back of dumpsters behind restaurants in late summer. "Jesus," I muttered, bringing my sleeve up over my nose It was stronger as I rounded the corner into the backyard. Ranger tugged, caught between wanting to charge ahead and wanting to hang back. His nails scraped the concrete. Then the softer scuff of his paws on the damp grass took over. I saw it from halfway across the yard. At first, it was just a dark shape by the back fence, right where the shadow from the trees fell. Half in the gloom and half in the pale gray light. It looked like somebody had dropped a black trash bag and walked away. Then my eyes adjusted, and the shape resolved itself into antlers. There, propped almost neatly against the inside of my fence under the crooked shade of a maple, was the head of a deer. Not a mount, not the polished, lacquered kind your uncle hangs in his basement bar. This was raw, wet in places, dry in others. The eyes were gone. Both sockets were empty and dark. Twin holes bored deep into the skull. The rims ringed in dried blood and ragged, torn tissue. Flies crawled in and out of them like they were exploring a new cave, their bodies flashing green and blue in the light. The tongue lolled out between the jaws, swollen and grayish, pressed up against teeth that were stained brown near the gum line. A line of drool or something thicker had dried along one corner of its mouth, pulling the lip back into a crooked, half-snarl that made it look like it was still trying to say something. The neck was the worst. I have seen hunting shows. I have seen roadkill. This was not that. The deer's neck had not been cut. It had been torn. Skin and muscle were shredded away in uneven strips, hanging like someone had dug in with both hands and just ripped downward. The white vertebrae of the spine glowed against the dark mess, clean in a way that did not make sense, like something had scraped every bit of flesh off with obsessive care. Thin strings of tendon and meat still clung to some of the bone, vibrating slightly as flies landed and took off. The smell coming off it was thick enough to taste. Blood, sour and old. Meat just at the edge of turning, underneath it all. Faint, but there was something else, a damp, earthy odor, like the bottom of a pond, on the grass in front of it, leading away from the fence and back toward the woods beyond, was a smear. It was a drag mark, darker than the wet grass around it, a long, uneven streak of churned-up dirt and crushed blades. Little smears of brown-red clung to the path, dried in some spots, still tacky in others. It went right under the fence, through a gap near one of the posts, and disappeared into the undergrowth on the other side like something had pulled the head in a straight line out of the trees and right up to my yard. Ranger's growl deepened. He strained forward, wanting to go to it, but there was a tremor in his legs I had never seen before. He would lunge a few inches and then hesitate, as if some instinct was screaming at him to keep his distance. "Easy," I said, my mouth dry behind my sleeve. Back on the patio, Luna stood just inside the sliding glass door, nails tapping on the tile as she shifted her weight from paw to paw. She was barking now, loud and sharp, but she would not come outside. The door was cracked open enough for the sound to reach me, but her body stayed rigidly on the other side of the threshold, as if there was an invisible line she refused to cross. Yeah, I see it. I called to her, more for my own nerves than hers. I forced myself to walk closer. Every step felt like pushing through something thick. The flies lifted in little clouds and settled again as I approached, their buzzing sewing itself into the back of my skull. Up close, the details were worse. Dirt matted in the deer's fur, a patch on one cheek where the skin was missing entirely, exposing the textured surface of muscle underneath. At the base of the skull, just above the ravaged neck, something had gnawed deep enough to leave grooves right in the bone. I squinted, leaned closer. The grooves were lined up, almost evenly spaced, not like a saw, not like a blade. Teeth, rows of them, not the flat, grinding teeth deer have. Something else. I took a step back, swallowed hard, and did the dumb modern thing. I pulled my phone out. There is a weird safety in framing horror through a screen. It makes it feel like you are looking at a picture, not a real thing 3 feet from your shoes. I snapped a few photos from different angles, trying not to breathe through my nose. Ranger's leash pulled at my wrist with every tiny movement he made. I sent one of the pictures to a group chat with some guys from work. Found this up against my back fence. Coyotes. The bubbles popped up almost immediately. Dude, WTF, yeah. Probably coyotes or a bobcat. Hunters dump shit sometimes too. They're lazy as hell, somebody added. Or you got a serial killer neighbor, Elomamuo. I stared at that last message a second longer than the others, then closed the chat and opened Facebook. I found the local neighborhood group, the one with posts about lost cats and suspicious vehicles and PTA bake sales, and made a new post, snapped a shot of the head from a respectful distance, typed, "Does anyone know if people hunt in the preserve behind street name? Found this in my yard this morning." It took a couple of minutes for the first comments to roll in. "No hunting allowed back there. It's protected land." Ew. That's awful. Probably coyotes dragging leftovers. We've had a lot lately. Call animal control. That is not normal. One comment stood out. From somebody with a profile picture of a dog and trees. "They're not supposed to bring carcasses out of the preserve." I did not like the way that was worded. Standing there, phone still in my hand, I realized I had been holding my breath. I let it out in a shaky stream and immediately regretted it as the full strength of the stench rushed in. My eyes watered. The back of my throat tried to close. I should have walked away then, gone to get gloves, a shovel, anything. But some morbid part of me wanted one more picture, something that showed just how bad the neck was so nobody online could tell me it was nothing. I edged closer. Ranger practically vibrating at the end of the leash now. His growl had become a steady, rattling noise. Luna's barking from the patio had taken on this higher, frantic edge, like she was trying to warn me about something I could not see. "Relax." I told them, "I'm just documenting." I crouched down, knees popping, and angled the phone so I could capture the jaw, the empty eye socket, the torn neck all in one frame. The lens caught the wet shine of exposed vertebrae, the crawl of flies over the raw ends of muscle. I leaned in just a little more, focused on the deer's teeth. That was when I heard it. A sound so soft that if the yard had been any louder at all, I would have missed it. It was a breath, not mine. A quick, low exhale right on the other side of the fence. So close that it pushed a faint, cold draft through the gaps between the boards and across the side of my face. It had that particular hiss that happens when air forces its way past teeth and a half-open mouth. It was the sound a person makes when they are standing very close to you, trying not to laugh, and losing. For a split second, my brain did not know what to do with it. Then every nerve I had fired at once. Ranger went from a growl to a full-blown lunge. He launched himself toward the fence, barking so loud it hurt, the leash ripping out of my hand. His shoulder hit the boards hard enough that they shuddered, the whole fence rattling with a dry clatter. I lost my balance. my knees sliding out from under me on the damp grass. I fell backward. My palms slapped into the ground, and something wet and slick smeared under my fingers. When I looked down, there was a dark streak across my skin and the legs of my sweatpants. Blood. From the drag line. Luna's barking hit a pitch I had never heard from her before, high and almost broken, as she threw herself against the closed sliding door from inside. The glass thumped in time with her impacts. On the other side of the fence, something moved. I did not see it. I did not have to. I heard the dull thud of weight shifting against wood, the scratch of something rough sliding downward, and then the quick crunch of undergrowth as it retreated into the trees with a few heavy steps. And then, silence. As fast as it had exploded, the yard went dead still. Ranger stood with his front paws up on the fence, chest heaving, nails digging into the boards. Luna whined behind her barrier. My heart was beating so hard I could feel it in my gums. The only other sound was the faint, ongoing buzz of flies, unbothered by any of it. I got up slowly, my pants clinging to my legs where the blood had soaked in, my hands slick and tacky. For a moment, I had the insane thought that the head was going to turn toward me, that the empty sockets were going to line up with my face. It did not move. It just lay there, tongue out, staring at nothing. "Okay," I said out loud, though no one was listening. "Okay, enough." It took every bit of willpower I had to walk back into the house, grab a pair of old work gloves and the biggest trash bag I owned, and come back out. The whole time, I could feel the trees at my back like a presence, like the edge of a crowd. I did not examine the head again. I did not take more pictures. I scooped it up as fast as I could, the weight of it sagging in the plastic, the wet sound it made as the torn neck slid against the sides of the bag, sticking with me long after. I dragged the trash can from the side of the house to the front curb and shoved the bag all the way to the bottom. Then I went inside and washed my hands. I washed them once with dish soap, then again with the harsh bar soap from the bathroom. I scrubbed until the skin on my knuckles went red and raw, until all I could smell was artificial citrus and something like bleach. It did not help. The scent of blood and rot felt like it had gotten into my sinuses, my clothes, my hair. I kept thinking I could still feel that cold breath on my cheek. That night, when I finally lay down in the dark, every time I closed my eyes, I saw that head again. Not the deer, the blank strip of space just past the fence where the breath had come from. 2, 1. 3 nights in a row, if the deer head was the first time I thought, okay, something is wrong out there. The next 3 nights are when it stopped being a one-off and turned into a pattern. It is one thing to have a bad night. It is another thing to have the same bad night on repeat. It always started around the same time, somewhere between 1:30 and 3 in the morning. That dead zone when the whole neighborhood seems to flatten out into a single, quiet shape and even the highway sounds far away. Night 1. The first night, I woke up because of the sound my body now responds to faster than my alarm clock Ranger's bark. I was dead asleep, mouth dry, face mashed half into the pillow, when a sharp waft shot up through the floor from the kitchen. Luna followed a half-second later, her higher-pitched, rapid-fire bark stacking on top of his like gunshots. "Jesus," I muttered, rolling over. My phone on the floor beside the mattress lit up when I picked it up, 1:47 a.m. The house was dark. The only light came from under the bedroom door. A faint green-blue pulse from the microwave clock downstairs, bouncing off the walls. The refrigerator hummed below my feet, and under that, the muffled echo of nails scrambling on tile. The barking did not stop this time. It just kept going. Ranger's slower, heavier barks. Woof, woof, punctuated by the staccato yaps and snarls Luna was so good at. I could hear claws slipping on the kitchen floor as they repositioned. I got out of bed, the air cool on my bare arms, and made my way down the stairs in that half-crouched way you do when you do not want to turn on lights yet. The kitchen felt like an aquarium lit from one side. The only illumination was the green digital readout of the microwave and a slice of yellow from the streetlight leaking in through the front window. The rest was shadow. Ranger was pressed up against the sliding glass door, front paws wide apart, his whole body braced. His head was tilted slightly up, not straight ahead. Luna was a blur, running from one side of him to the other, nails scratching and slipping, her tail straight, barking so hard spittle flew from her mouth. They were not looking at the fence. They were not even looking at the yard. Both of them had their eyes fixed on something above the center of the glass, like whatever they saw was not standing on the patio at all, but hovering just outside, at the height of a tall man's chest or head. I stopped a few feet back, the hairs on my arms lifting. "Hey," I started, quietly. They did not react. I got closer. I could see my own reflection in the glass now, dim, superimposed on Ranger's shoulders. The kitchen behind me, the room in front, all layered together in one thin, transparent slice. Their barking was deafening up close, echoing off the cabinets, filling the whole downstairs with a single, desperate noise. I leaned in until my face was only a couple of inches from the glass, eyes trying to adjust past the reflection. Outside, the yard was a deep, uniform blur, the faintest suggestion of the grill, a hint of the plastic chair. Beyond that, the back fence, darker than the grass. Behind that, the tree line, a blacker curtain against a slightly lighter sky. I held my breath and listened. No scraping, no footsteps, no voices. Just the wind somewhere up in the leaves, a dry rustle that came and went. Off in the distance, way beyond the preserve, a siren whooped twice and faded. Luna's bark broke off into a whine for a second, then ramped back up again. Her eyes darted between my face in the glass and that invisible spot above us. Ranger's gaze never moved. His lips were pulled back just enough to show his teeth. A string of drool hung from his jaw and tapped lightly against the glass with each breath. We stood like that for a long minute. Eventually, whatever had set them off either moved on or lost its appeal. Ranger's bark slowed, then turned into a low growl, then stopped. Luna kept a few last stubborn yaps going before she, too, fell silent. Neither of them turned away from the door. Raccoons, I told myself as I went back upstairs. Or some drunk kid cutting through the yard. That's all. It took a while to fall back asleep. Night 2, the second night. I was ready. Not smart ready, just idiot with a flashlight ready. When the barking started again, same sequence. Ranger's chesty woof followed by Luna's frantic, sharp barks. I did not lie there pretending it might stop. I grabbed the mag light from the top of a moving box by the bedroom door and headed down. The phone on the stairs read 2:19 a.m. as I passed it. The kitchen looked the same as the night before. Dark, Green clock, dogs at the glass. Fur up, nails scrabbling. The only difference was my heartbeat pounding in my ears. This time, I went straight for the door. Ranger glanced at me for half a second as I reached past his head for the lock, then locked back on whatever was outside. Luna spun in a tight circle, almost slipping, like she could not decide whether to bark at the door or at my hand. "Okay," I said, more to myself than to them. "Okay." I flipped the lock, slid the door open just enough to slip out sideways, and pulled it closed again behind me, leaving them snarling inside. The night air hit me like cold water. It smelled damp, like the earth had been sweating. The concrete under my bare feet leached chill up through my bones. Away from the fridge and the hum of the house, the street felt very far. The cul-de-sac was quiet. No cars, no neighbor's TV, just me, the yard, and the black wall of the trees. I thumbed the mag light on. The beam cut a clean white path across the lawn, making the grass look almost colorless. I swept it left to right, then up and down the fence line. My breath sounded too loud in my own ears. Nothing. "Come on," I muttered. I tilted the beam higher, letting it skim along the top of the fence and into the first line of bushes. Branches flashed into existence and back into shadow, each one briefly a possible arm, a leg, a face. Then the beam caught a pair of eyes. For a split second, my heart stopped. Two hot, bright points of reflected light hung low to the ground, halfway between two trunks, motionless. Then they blinked, jerked, and the shape around them resolved into the outline of a deer, its body half turned away. I exhaled so hard I almost laughed. "Jesus," I said. "Deer. Just deer." As if it had heard me, the deer bounded off, white tail flashing, disappearing into the deeper dark with a crackle of leaves and the sharp snap of a twig. "See," I called back over my shoulder toward the sliding door. Through the glass, the dogs were still going crazy, bodies throwing themselves at the barrier like they had not seen the same thing I had. I turned back toward the house, light beam dropping to the patio, the grill, the reflection of my own bare legs in the glass. Tack. A small, sharp sound behind me. Instinctively, I spun, heart lurching up into my throat. The light wobbled, slicing across the yard and into the bushes again. For a moment, I was sure I was going to see something tall stepping out from behind a tree, something with its head tilted just a little too far to one side. There was nothing. Silence. Then, through the glass behind me, a shape hit the door hard enough to rattle it in its frame. Luna, in her frenzy, had launched herself at the exact spot my back had just been. That was the tack I had heard a full-grown shepherd mix slamming into glass a few inches from my spine. "Damn it! Luna!" I snapped, the adrenaline making my voice come out harsher than I intended. She did not care. She was too busy trying to chew a hole through the night. I went back inside, slid the door closed, and locked it again. My hands were shaking so badly I had to tell myself it was the cold. "Deer," I repeated in my head. "Deer and stupid dogs, that's all." Night 3. By the third night, the routine had worn a groove in my nerves. I went to bed tense, ears already straining for a sound I was pretending not to expect. I left the mag light in the kitchen this time, on the counter next to the sink, just in case. The house was darker than usual. The neighbor across the street had turned off their porch light early. so the front of the house felt like it was floating in space. The only glow came from the microwave, unwavering. Green, 1:32 a.m. I do not know if I actually slept, or if I just hovered in that gray zone where your thoughts stick and smear instead of forming properly. When the barking started again, it felt almost like a cue in a play. Ranger's first bark punched up through the floor, followed immediately by Luna's high, hysterical yelps. The nails on the tile followed a second later, a chaotic tap-tap scrape that told me they were already at the back door. I dragged myself out of bed, every part of my body protesting. The air felt heavier than it should have. I padded down the stairs in the dark, one hand on the rail, from the kitchen doorway. I could see the outline of both dogs against the faint reflection in the glass. Ranger's silhouette, solid and immovable. Luna's, jittery and sharp-edged as she bounced from side to side. I reached for the counter where I had left the flashlight, fingers fumbling in the dark for the cold metal cylinder. I could not find it. I opened the drawer instead, the one I had dumped all my random utensils and junk into when I moved in. The inside of it was stainless steel, the sides catching just enough of the microwave glow to throw back a dull reflection of my hands as I dug around spatulas, a can opener, a tangle of rubber bands. That was when I saw it. Not in the room, in the reflection. The brushed steel surface showed a warped little version of my kitchen, my own blurred silhouette leaning over the drawer, the sliding glass door behind me, two dark lumps where the dogs were, and between them, looming over, almost pressed to the glass, was a tall, thin shape that was not mine. It was distorted by the curvature of the metal, but there was no mistaking the outline: a long torso, shoulders too narrow, a head bent down at an angle you do not see in any normal person. It was bent forward as if it were trying to peer into the room, into the drawer, into me. I froze, my fingers closing around nothing. The breath went out of my lungs like someone had punched me. For a second, all I could hear was the rush of my own blood in my ears and the wild, overlapping barks of the dogs. Then I spun around. The kitchen behind me was empty. Just the dogs at the door, exactly where they had been before, claws scratching furiously at the frame. No tall shape, no figure leaning in. The glass showed only my reflection now, pale and wide-eyed, with Ranger's dark ears cutting across my chest and Luna's tail flickering like a metronome at my hip. Outside, the yard was a blank, dark slab. I stood there, heart racing, trying to convince myself I had just seen my own shadow warped into something ugly by the curved metal. That stress and lack of sleep were messing with me, that there had been nothing there. The dogs did not agree. Luna's barking stuttered, then came back twice as fast. Ranger let out a deep, guttural sound that seemed to vibrate the glass. Both of them were looking not at the ground this time, not at eye level, but up higher than my head, higher than the top of the door. I did not open it. I did not even reach for the lock. I just stood as still as I could and listened. For a brief moment, all I could hear was the kitchen, the microwave's soft buzz, the fridge's steady hum, the scrape of dog nails. Then, as if someone had turned down the volume on all of that at once, another sound floated in from beyond the fence. Click, 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 dry, hollow. It came in a short, precise burst, like someone tapping curved fingernails against the trunk of a tree. The noise seemed to slice through the space between the house and the woods, sharp enough that I felt it in my teeth. A few seconds passed. Then again, Click, click, click. Further away this time, but still deliberate, like a signal or a habit. My skin crawled. I did what most people would probably do in that moment. I told myself a story that made it all less terrible. Probably branches rubbing together. Probably some kind of woodpecker. Probably anything but what my brain insisted on picturing. That did not stop me from going back upstairs and digging an old notebook out of a box, on a random page. In my messy, half-awake handwriting, I started a list. Night 1, 1:47 is home. Barking at glass night 2, 2:19 okum. Deer. Barking at glass night 3, 2 o'clock a. Reflection. Barking up/clicking in woods. I stared at those lines for a long time, pen still in my hand. Then I added one more sentence at the bottom, not because it helped, but because it felt true. I told myself it was just deer, but deer do not make that clicking sound. 2.2. Installing a cheap camera. There is a point where you get tired of telling yourself you are imagining things and decide to let technology either prove you wrong or prove you insane. For me, that point came a couple of days after the reflection in the drawer night and the clicking in the woods. I was sitting at the kitchen table eating cereal for dinner, watching Ranger snore and twitch in his sleep while Luna stared holes into the sliding door. When it hit me how stupid it was that I was relying on my half-awake eyes and 2 dogs to make sense of something like this. I work with computers all day. I live on my phone like everyone else. My first instinct for any problem is usually, okay, what can I plug in that will fix this? So I did what everyone does. I opened Amazon. The search bar already knew. I typed outdoor security and it suggested camera wireless cheap, like it could smell the paranoia through the screen. I scrolled through endless little white rectangles and black domes, each one with a thumbnail of some stranger's driveway or front porch. I settled on a 2-pack of those small, square security cameras you can mount pretty much anywhere water-resistant. Infrared at night. Motion detection. Push notifications to your phone. The brand does not matter. You've seen them. They all look like slightly judgmental white eyeballs. Prime said it would be there the next day. The idea of going one more night without them made my stomach tighten. But there was not much I could do besides lock the doors, keep the dogs close, and try not to stare at the clock every time it crept past 1:30 a.m. When the box finally showed up on my porch, a brown rectangle with that blue smile logo stamped on the side, I felt embarrassingly relieved, like I had just been handed a weapon instead of 2 squares of plastic and some screws. The setup was idiot-proof. A little card inside the box told me to download an app, scan a QR code, and follow the steps. I did, sitting at the table with my phone in one hand and a screwdriver in the other, while Luna tried to lick the camera itself. The first one went up under the eave at the back of the house, looking down over the patio, the lawn, the fence, and the first few feet of the tree line beyond. I had to stand on a wobbly kitchen chair to screw in the mount. Forearms burning, the camera dangling from its little ball joint like an eye on a stalk. When it finally clicked into place, it felt like I'd just installed a tiny guardian from inside. I pulled up the live view on my phone. There it was, my backyard, in crisp little high definition, framed by the phone screen. I could see the grill, the plastic chair, the rectangle of grass, the fence, with its peeling paint and crooked posts. And just beyond that, the edge of the preserved trees blurred together into a darker band, but still visible, still real. I tested the microphone, listened to the crackle as the app picked up birds chirping and the distant rumble of a truck. The latency was only a second or two. I could pinch to zoom in on a section of fence and watch the pixels sharpen around a knot in the wood. I added the second camera to the front of the house later, aimed at the porch and driveway. That one felt more like a normal homeowner thing, porch pirates, packages, etc. The backyard one felt like something else. That first day, I checked the app like it was social media. Every time I had a spare minute, I was pulling up the feed, watching my own empty yard like it was a live nature stream. In the afternoon, it actually was kind of peaceful. Footage from the daylight hours looked like any generic suburban backyard video on YouTube. A squirrel ran along the top of the fence, pausing to dig at something between the boards. A neighbor I did not know walked by behind the preserve with a stroller, their shape barely visible through the gaps in the trees. A UPS truck pulled into the cul-de-sac and sat there for a while, the courier eventually jogging up to my door with another box. Ranger and Luna each made appearances, chasing each other in circles across the grass, rolling on their backs, nose to the ground as they followed some invisible trail. At one point, Ranger stopped, looked directly up at the camera, and sneezed. It was almost enough to make me feel stupid again. Almost. The real test was that night. When I went to bed, I left the app open on my phone. The live view shrunk down, but still there, a little gray rectangle at the bottom of my notifications. The camera automatically switched to infrared once the light dropped below a certain level. So by midnight, my backyard had turned into a black and white ghost version of itself. The grass was pale gray. The fence was a darker stripe. The trees were just black shapes pressed up against the edge of the frame. Around 2 a.m., the dogs woke up. I had not been deeply asleep. My body knew the window now. I heard Ranger's bark first, muffled through the floor, then Luna's, sharper and higher. My hand found my phone before my feet found the floor. I did not go downstairs right away. Instead, I thumbed the screen to life and tapped the camera feed. The image resolved after a second's delay. Infrared makes everything look like a crime scene. Ranger was a white silhouette by the door, his body glowing against the darker inside of the kitchen. Head lifted, ears pricked. Luna was a jittery streak, pacing back and forth, occasionally leaping up so that her paws hit the glass and her eyes flared bright white from the IR reflection, like two coins catching light. Outside, the patio was empty. The lawn was still. The fence was still. The tree line was a flat black band. No movement. No shifting branches beyond what the wind would normally do. On the audio, I could hear the layered echo of their barking, the slight distortion from the camera's tiny microphone turning their voices thin and harsh. Underneath that there was nothing. No answering noise. No click. No thud. Just them. Losing their minds at a yard that, on screen, looked absolutely motionless. I watched like that for 15 minutes. Every time they calmed down, turned away, or started to move back towards the center of the room, something I could not see would drag their attention back to one particular spot on the glass. Their bodies would snap into that tense line again, both of them staring at the same invisible point, barking at the same pocket of air. Finally, they wore themselves down. The barking faded to low whines. Ranger lay down with his head still pointed at the door. Luna did one last circuit of the kitchen and flopped down next to him, chest heaving. I lay back on my mattress, the glow of the phone painting the ceiling, and told myself this was good. This was evidence. If anything was going to step into that yard, I would see it now, in the morning, after too little sleep and too much coffee. I sat at the table and went through the archived footage. The app displayed it as a timeline, little white slashes where motion had been detected. There were a lot of slashes. Every time a dog moved, the camera dutifully flagged it. I thumbed through, fast-forwarding through hours of nothing. The gray yard blurred into streaks. Clouds zipped overhead. Shadows stretched and snapped back. When one of the motion markers lined up with the time, I remembered them barking the loudest. I slowed it down. In one clip, around 1:58 Ranger and Luna were both standing in the backyard itself. I had let them out before bed to use the bathroom and must have forgotten about the camera tracking them. They trotted across the grass, sniffed the usual spots, tails loose. Then, suddenly, both of them stopped. Luna froze mid-step, front paw lifted. Ranger's head snapped up. At the exact same second, their bodies stiffened. Their tails went straight, and they both started barking up. Not at the fence, not at the ground. At something about 10 feet out from the house and 6 feet off the ground, in the middle of the yard where there was nothing at all. They held that formation for a full 30 seconds, barking, growling, Luna lunging in short, frustrated hops at empty air. On the video, the grass did not move, the fence did not move. No shadow, no person, no animal. It was like watching someone yell at a vacuum. Only the way their bodies were angled, the way their eyes tracked something I could not see, made it feel like they were looking straight at a presence my camera just could not touch. I watched that clip 3 times, my mouth getting drier each time. Then I kept going. Most of what followed was boring. Dogs pacing, dogs lying down, the faint flicker of headlights from a car turning around at the end of the street, bleeding into the top corner of the frame. It was near the end of the night's timeline, though that something finally made my skin crawl in a way the deer head had not. It was around 3:30 on the recording. By then, Ranger was lying down by the door inside, only the top of his head and his ears visible in the bottom of the frame. White in the IR, Luna was sitting next to him, upright, but calm. They looked tired more than anything else. Outside, the yard was that familiar grayscale pale concrete, gray grass, black fence, blacker trees. The IR beam from this camera only reached so far, beyond a certain point. Everything just dropped into a deeper dark that the sensor treated as one solid, featureless shape. I almost skipped it. There were no motion flags, but something about the way Luna's head was angled made me pause. She was not looking straight out. She was looking up, toward the top of the frame. I pinched to zoom, dragging the rectangle over the back fence and the tree line beyond. The picture degraded as the pixels blew up. What had been a smooth gray gradient turned into blocks and noise. That was when I saw them. At the very edge of where the infrared light faded into blackness, just above the line of the fence and between 2 trunks, were 2 tiny bright points. They were not big, not like the glaring white discs of Luna's eyes when she jumped. These were smaller, more distant, but very clearly they're 2 cold pinpricks, side by side, at a height that did not make sense. Too high for a person standing on the ground on the other side of the fence. Too low for anything perched way up in the trees. They just hovered there, exactly where the light died, as if they were standing in a doorway between what the camera could see and what it could not. They did not blink. They did not move. They just watched. I realized I had been holding my breath again. As soon as I noticed, my chest jerked, and the sound of my own inhale in the quiet kitchen made me jump. Eyes. I whispered to no one. I zoomed in more, beyond what the app really wanted me to. The image breaking up further. Blocks of gray turned to fuzz. The bright points smeared a little, becoming more like glowing smudges than clean dots. But beneath them, beneath those two little lights, was something darker. A shape that did not belong to the trees. A vertical smear extending down into the black. The pixels made it hard to see, but once I locked onto it, I could not unsee it. It looked like a long, vertical shadow where there should not have been one. A line that suggested a face not lit from the front, but outlined by absence. In my mind, looking at the distortion, I could almost fill in the rest a long oval, a slot of deeper black where a mouth would be if it were hanging open just a little too wide. The moment that thought fully formed, the video glitched, the screen froze, a thin white line of static cutting across the bottom third of the image, and then skipped forward by a second. When it resumed, the eyes, or whatever they had been, were gone. The darkness behind the fence was uniform again. Luna had turned her head away. The app did not show any error message. No connection lost. No buffering icon. Just a missing second where something had been standing at the edge of what my camera could see, and then had not. My fingers went numb. The phone slipped out of my hand, hit the table, and bounced to the floor with a thud that made both dogs jump. Shit, I hissed, scrambling to grab it before the screen cracked. The image flickered as the phone jostled, my own shocked face briefly visible in the front camera overlay. My heart was pounding so hard my vision pulsed with it. I sat there for a long time, the phone warm in my hands, the last frame of the empty yard still on the screen. At some point, without even thinking about it, I hit the download button on the clip, saved it, then opened my laptop and started exporting the footage there too. Like having it on a bigger screen might somehow make sense of the wrongness, or at least prove that I had not imagined those eyes. 2.3. Online comments and someone who knows too much. There is a special kind of shame that comes with asking the internet for help because you are scared of your own backyard. I sat there at my kitchen table with the blinds half closed, laptop open. The clip paused on that grainy frame where the two pale dots hovered over the fence line. Luna slept under my feet, occasionally twitching. Ranger lay stretched out by the sliding door like a furry sandbag, one ear always turned toward the trees. In the daylight, the footage looked fake. The black and white IR, the pixelation, the way the eyes seemed to float at the very edge of the visible range, it all screamed glitch more than monster. I kept telling myself that if I could find one person who said, "Oh yeah, that's just a whatever," I could file this away under "I'm being stupid" and get on with my life. That was the plan. Anyway, I used the app to snip out just the relevant portion of the video. No audio, no extended dogs barking, no earlier or later frames. Just a 15-second clip, the empty yard in night vision, the fence, and then, halfway through, those two tiny points glowing at the edge of the darkness. I exported it, named the file something forgettable like backyard_night_cam.mp4 and opened a browser. First stop was one of those wildlife ID subreddits. People there are always posting blurry pictures of animals caught on trail cams at 2 a.m., and strangers inform them that their demon is actually a sick coyote or a mangy fox or just their neighbor's cat. That was what I wanted, a simple, logical, boring answer. I made a throwaway account with a random name, something like PA_backer and no profile picture. I did not want this tied to my real name or my actual location. The post title wrote itself. What animal has eyes this high off the ground? Backyard cam. PA. I attached the clip, typed a short description. Camera is mounted under the eave, looking over my backyard. Fence is about 6 feet, preserved behind the house. Caught this around 3:30 a.m. No sound. Dogs were going crazy inside at the time. Is this a deer or something else? Then I hit post and sat back for a few minutes. Nothing happened. I refreshed a couple of times, feeling stupid, like I just shouted into a void. Then the first comment popped up. Deer, most likely. IR makes eyes look weird. Another followed. Could be a raccoon up on the fence or branch. Hard to tell with that resolution. Then honestly, looks like lens flare or some kind of camera artifact. See how it glitches after I wouldn't worry. I stared at that one longer than the others. I wanted to believe it. Artifact. Glitch. Nothing. More comments trickled in. Owl, maybe? Sometimes they sit low on branches. Definitely not a person. Too small. Bro, that's Bigfoot/S. The usual noise. Jokes. Guesses. People trying to be helpful. People trying to be funny. I scrolled. Page refreshing. The clip replaying over and over in the corner of my vision. Then I saw a comment from an account with no avatar. No post history I could see. Just a gray silhouette and a name that did not mean anything. Greenline Watcher. Their comment was only 3 words. It's back. Don't go into the trees. I clicked on their profile. Empty. No other posts. No comments I could find. Just that one line under my video. My first thought was troll. Somebody messing around. Spinning a story on top of mine. That was what people did online. But there was something about the phrasing that stuck with me. It's back. Not what is back. Not even that thing. Just it. Like we were both supposed to know exactly what that pronoun meant. Before I could decide what to reply, more comments pushed down the page. Somebody else responded to Greenline Watcher with LMAO, okay, creepypasta guy. And then the thread turned into a mix of jokes and arguments about whether the eyes were too high for a deer. I minimized the tab and closed the laptop just long enough to realize the house was too quiet. The silence pressed in from the walls, from the ceiling, from the line of trees at the back of the property. It took me a minute to notice that my shoulders were hunched, like I was already bracing for barking that had not started yet. That night, I went to bed with the sense that I was being watched not through the glass, but through the screen. I wish I could say the only noises that kept me awake were in my head. They were not. Around 2 in the morning, the familiar rhythm started Ranger shifting downstairs, the low rumble in his chest, Luna's nails ticking on the kitchen floor. But layered on top of that, from somewhere beyond the fence, came a new sound. It started as a thin, long note, like someone whistling far away. Not a tune, not a song, just a stretched out, high-pitched exhale that rose and fell slightly at the end. It cut across the night in a way nothing natural ever had in that yard. It was too intentional. Both dogs went silent. For a moment, There was absolutely no sound at all. No barking. No fridge. Even the highway seemed to dim. It was the kind of silence that makes your ears strain, waiting for whatever comes next. Then the whistle stopped, and the forest answered the delayed rustle of leaves, branches shifting, something moving through the undergrowth. It felt, for all the world, like something had stood at the edge of the preserve and called my dogs out by name. The barking kicked in a second later, furious and frantic. I lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, my heart beating so hard it made the mattress tremble. The camera app glowed dimly on my nightstand, but I could not make myself reach for it. I knew what I would see: dogs at the door. Empty yard. Nothing where the whistle had come from. It went like that 3 times. Whistle, silence so complete it felt wrong. Then the delayed sound of movement, the whisper of leaves, and the sudden explosion of barking. At some point, I drifted into a thin, jittery sleep. The next day, when I opened my laptop again, there was a notification on Reddit. Greenline Watcher has sent you a private message. My first instinct was to ignore it, to pretend I had never seen their comment, to let the whole thing sink under a pile of new posts and new fears. But the little red icon on the tab pulsed at me, insistent. I clicked. The message was short, like the comment. No greeting, no sign-off, just a block of text. Do you live in the end house on street name Court? Backing up to preserve name. My stomach dropped. I had never mentioned the street name. I had never mentioned the preserve by name. My username was generic. My post only said PA. You could not see any house numbers in the clip. Just grass, fence, trees. Backyard could be anywhere. That was sort of the point. I typed. Deleted. Retyped. Why are you asking? A few minutes passed. I watched the little typing, indicator blink on and off. Like whoever was on the other side was starting and stopping over and over. Then another message came through. Because the last guy who lived there posted almost the same video. Same fence, same tree line, same little white eyes just at the edge of the IR. A year later, he and his dog disappeared. No one ever found them. I stared at the screen. The article I'd read on the local news site floated up in my memory. Middle-aged man. Last seen walking his dog along the preserve trail. No body, no signs. Case gone cold. My fingers felt stiff on the keyboard. How do you know that? The reply was slower this time, because I was in the comments then. 2. People told him it was a deer, lens flare, camera glitch. He thought it was just one of them. I almost did not want to ask, but I did. One of what? The pause stretched long enough that I started wondering if they had closed the chat, if I had pushed too hard. I could hear Luna barking faintly in the other room as a delivery truck rolled by outside. Ranger's collar jingled once, then went still. Finally, the last message came. He thought it was just one of them. He was wrong. No elaboration, no warning, no stay safe or get out. Just that. I clicked on their profile again. It was still empty. No comments, no posts, no trophy icons, no flares. For all I knew, Greenline Watcher could be some kid in another state messing with me. But they knew my street. They knew the preserve. And more than anything else, what chilled me was the tone. It did not read like a prank. It read like resignation, A few seconds later, the account went gray. When I tried to refresh, I got an error. This user does not exist. I do not know if they deleted themselves, or if my brain just filed that away under things I do not want to poke at. I closed the laptop so hard, the screen rattled and pushed it away from me on the table. For the rest of the day, the house felt smaller. The rooms seemed to lean toward the backyard. Every time I walked past a window that faced the preserve, I found myself checking the fence line, half expecting to see someone standing there in the middle of the day. I started thinking about Zillow, about what it would cost to get out, about taking a loss on the place, moving back into an apartment with thin walls and 2 bright hallways and neighbors on all sides. Then I opened my banking app and remembered the numbers. The down payment I had already drained my savings for. The vet bills for Luna. The estimate the insurance adjuster had given me to fix the patio door if we can't find anyone to blame. I could not afford to leave. Not yet. So instead, I did the worst possible thing for a person like me. I decided that if I could not move away from whatever was in those trees, I would at least know what it was. Sitting at the table with my notebook open beside the laptop, the list of times and dates already scrawled down, I added one more line. Stop watching from the house. Go see. Then I underlined it. By the time the sun started to go down and the shadows from the trees stretched long fingers across my lawn, the decision had solidified into something like resolve. For weeks, I had been reacting, jumping at barks, rewinding camera footage, waiting for something to show itself. I was tired of waiting. If there was something out there leaving heads by my fence, watching from the edge of the infrared, whistling for my dogs in the middle of the night, I was going to cross the fence and step into the preserve myself. Not because it was smart, not because it was safe, but because, at that point, the idea of sitting one more night in that house, listening to the clicking and the barking and staring at a screen full of grainy nothing, felt worse than whatever I thought might be waiting between the trees. 3.1. Crossing the fence the day I finally stepped over the fence. The air had that edge to it that means summer is done pretending. It was a Saturday, late afternoon. The sky was a hard, pale blue with a thin lid of high clouds, and the wind coming over the tops of the trees had gone from warm to just cold enough to sting if you stood still too long. I had been walking back and forth between the kitchen and the sliding door for the better part of an hour, watching the tree line the way some people watch the ocean. Ranger lay on the floor by the door like always, head on his paws, one ear angled toward the woods. Luna paced in the background, picking up on my nerves, whining under her breath whenever I looked at the fence for too long. My notebook was still on the table, open to the last page I had written on. Times, dates, clicking, whistle, eyes in IR, and at the bottom, underlined hard enough to dent the paper, stop watching from the house. Go see. I kept thinking about that DM. He thought it was just one of them. He was wrong. Maybe I am an idiot. Maybe I am stubborn. Maybe being told not to go into the trees is exactly what made it impossible not to. Either way, around 4 in the afternoon, I gave in. I grabbed my old folding knife from the junk drawer and slipped it into my back pocket. It was not much, but it was something solid I could hold. I took my phone, checked the battery twice, slid it into my jacket. Then I went to the hook by the back door and picked up Ranger's leash. The moment he heard the jangle of the clip, his head came up. You and me, old man. I said, clipping it to his collar. Luna stays here, Luna protested. Of course, bouncing toward the door, tail whipping like a metronome on triple speed. But I shut her gently inside the kitchen with the baby gate I used when the delivery guys came. Her barking followed us to the door and then cut off as soon as it closed behind us, muffled into a low, unhappy rumble. Outside, the yard felt smaller than ever. The grass was damp from an earlier drizzle, darkening in patches where my shoes pressed it down. Somewhere down the street, a lawnmower sputtered to life, then choked and died. A truck on the highway growled by, the sound riding the air like distant thunder. I stood there for a second on the patio, leash in my hand, looking at the fence. From this side, it was just weathered wood boards nailed together decades ago and never properly maintained. Some of the slats were warped, some split. There were places where the nails had pulled halfway out, leaving the boards loose. I knew, because I had been staring at it every day since I moved in. That one section near the middle was especially soft. That was where the drag mark from the deer head had slid under. "Come on," I said, mostly to myself. Ranger went ahead of me, his nails ticking on the concrete and then sinking silent into the wet grass. His tail was up but not wagging, his body tense in that way that makes a dog look both excited and worried. He kept his nose low, letting the air come to him. By the time we reached the back of the yard, the smell of the preserve had taken over damp leaves, old wood, the faint sourness of something decaying somewhere out of sight. It was different from the manicured, chlorinated scent of the neighborhood. This was heavier, older, up close. The fence looked worse. One of the horizontal support beams had rotted through almost entirely. I could see soft, spongy wood where it had once been solid. A particular slat near the bottom had come loose on one side, sagging. The nail head rusted orange. I set the flashlight on top of a post for a second and gripped that board with both hands. The wood was cold and slightly damp, grit and tiny splinters biting into my fingers. When I lifted, the board came up easier than I expected, creaking a little as the remaining nail scraped free. Underneath, there was a gap just big enough for a person to squeeze through if they were willing to get dirty. On the other side, the earth dipped slightly. The leaf litter piled up higher against the fence, like the preserve had been trying to swallow it for years. Crossing that line felt stupidly monumental. 15 feet away, my house stood there like any other in the cul-de-sac gray siding, back door, windows reflecting the sky. You could see the neighbor's plastic play set over the side fence. Here, faintly, the digital beeping of somebody's microwave through an open kitchen window. Normal, all of it. But down here, on my knees in the wet grass, looking through that dark little opening into the preserve, it felt like kneeling at the edge of a hole. "Stay with me," I told Ranger. He sniffed the gap, nostrils flaring. His body leaned forward, then back, as if some part of him wanted to charge in and another part wanted to drag us both back to the porch. I slid my flashlight into my jacket pocket, took one last breath of the clean, colder air above the fence, and ducked down. The wood scraped along my shoulders and back as I pushed through. The bottom edge of the board caught my jacket and lifted it a little, cold air slipping against the skin of my lower back. The underside of the fence smelled like mold and wet dirt. Something crumbly brushed my hair, old splinters maybe, or bits of dried leaf. On the other side, my palms sank into a layer of dead leaves and soft soil. When I straightened, I had to shove a branch out of my face. It flicked back and showered us both with tiny droplets of water left from the earlier drizzle. Ranger hesitated, then dropped his head and crawled after me without waiting for permission, the leash tugging against my wrist. His fur brushed my leg as he squeezed through. When he stood up, he shook himself hard, sending a spray of damp leaf bits and earthy smell into the air. We were only 6 inches from the fence, but it felt like we had stepped into a different world. The light was different. In the yard, the sky had been a big open slab above us. Here, it was diced into smaller pieces by branches and leaves. Sunlight filtered down in narrow shafts, bright columns that picked out motes of dust and tiny drifting insects. The rest was a cooler, softer gray. The ground was not flat anymore. Roots curled up through the earth at random intervals, thick as my wrist in some places. The leaf litter was thick enough that each step crunched. A dry, papery sound layered over the occasional wet squelch when my shoe found a patch of exposed mud. Ranger's breathing was louder now, his sides moving faster as his nose worked overdrive. He did not seem interested in the squirrels that darted along branches above us or the occasional bird that took off in a flurry of wings. His focus was ahead, somewhere deeper in, where the trees grew closer together and the undergrowth got thicker. Behind us, the fence looked smaller, like a toy prop. Through a narrow gap between branches, I could see the corner of my house, the white frame of the sliding door, the ghost of movement as Luna jumped against it from the inside. It was still the same world. I could hear the highway like a low, constant ocean. The distant whoosh of cars, going 70 miles an hour past all of this without a glance. Every so often, a semi would downshift, the engine braking echoing over the treetops. Somewhere in the neighborhood proper, a dog barked a high, yappy sound, answered by another one 2 streets over. Reality, layered just over this, close enough to touch, and yet, around me, the woods felt apart. We moved slowly. I kept one hand on the leash and the other near my jacket pocket, fingers brushing the shape of the flashlight, the folded knife. I told myself over and over that this was just a walk. People did this all the time. There were probably kids cutting through these trails right now to go smoke or kiss or whatever kids did in 2026. Ranger led. I followed. The deeper we went, the less I heard the neighborhood. The sound of the highway thinned out, swallowed by the thicker silence between the trees. Instead, every small sound nearby seemed amplified. The crack of a twig under my boot sounded like a gunshot in my own ears. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Occasionally, a branch snapped under Ranger's weight too, a higher, sharper crick as dry wood gave way. Leaves whispered and shifted as we brushed past them. Somewhere above, a crow called once, a rough, throaty caw that made Ranger's ears twitch. Then, threaded through all of it, faint as a bad memory, came the sound I had been dreading and expecting in equal measure. Click, click, click. I stopped dead. The sound did not come from right on top of us, or from far away. It was somewhere off to the right, maybe 20, 30 feet through the trees. 3 taps in a neat, precise rhythm, like fingernails or claws on wood. It was exactly the same as what I had heard from my patio, only now there was no glass door between us, no walls, just me, Ranger, and the bare air. Ranger heard it too. His head snapped in that direction, nose lifting, nostrils flaring. A low whine escaped his throat. Not quite a growl yet. More confusion. We stood there for a full 10 seconds, listening. Nothing. No second set of clicks. No rustle of someone or something moving away. Just the creak of trees shifting their weight, the soft drip of water from leaves, the faint sigh of the wind. Could be a woodpecker, I whispered, knowing damn well it did not sound like that. We kept going. Ranger started to pull more insistently now, like whatever faint thread of scent he had been following was getting stronger. He ignored the little side paths formed by deer or kids, the spots where the undergrowth thinned into easy routes. Instead, he dragged me along a barely there line between saplings and low bushes, drier, darker, where the branches seemed to reach lower. I had to duck more often, pushing aside spider webs that caught on my face like invisible strings. My shoes went from damp to outright muddy, wet earth sucking at the soles whenever I planted my weight too hard. Every now and then, the leash went taut, and I had to brace myself against a tree while Ranger strained forward, muscles bunching under his fur. Another set of clicks came, this time from our left. Click, click, click. Same cadence, same dry, deliberate rhythm. I turned in a slow circle, trying to see any sign of movement. A broken branch, a flash of fur, a person in a hoodie, laughing at the idiot who'd wandered into the preserve to get spooked by squirrels. Nothing. The trees stood where they had stood for years. Leaves shifted overhead. There were no footprints except ours in the leaf litter. I kept walking anyway. I do not know how long it took us to get to the place where Ranger stopped. Time had gone weird rubbery, stretched by every small noise, every step. It could have been 10 minutes. It could have been an hour. The undergrowth thickened, then thinned. The ground sloped down slightly, then leveled out into a shallow depression between 4 larger trees, their roots knuckling up from the ground like arthritic fingers. The air felt heavier here, the smell of damp and rot more pronounced. Ranger's body language changed all at once. He had been pulling non-stop, all forward drive, no hesitation. Now he froze mid-step, one paw hovering above the ground. The fur along his back rose in a slow wave, every hair standing on end. His tail dropped, stiff, not tucked but not held high either, just braced. A low, continuous growl started in his chest. Not the stuttery, reactive bark he gave the mailman, but something older and rougher. A warning that came from deep in whatever part of him remembered being a predator. He stared straight ahead, into a small clearing between the trees where the ground dipped a little further. "Ranger," I said, my voice sounding too loud in the stillness. He did not look back at me. I followed his gaze and, with a hand that suddenly felt clumsy, pulled the flashlight from my pocket. My thumb found the switch by memory. The beam cut through the gray, white and harsh, painting the tree trunks and leaf litter in hard contrast. For a second, it caught nothing but leaves and dirt. Then the light hit something pale on the ground, and it reflected back in a way that fresh bone does a dull, creamy white, not quite shining but definitely not dead like the rest of the forest floor. Just ahead of us, half buried in the leaves and mud, was a piece of something curved and smooth, the exact color of old teeth. 3.2. The grove of bones. The pale curve in my flashlight beam was not alone. When I stepped closer, leaves crunching under my boots, the light spread out and the whole depression in the ground came into focus. For a moment, my brain refused to arrange what I was seeing into anything that made sense. It was like staring at a pile of broken furniture in the dark, too many shapes, too many angles, nothing where it should be. Then the smell hit, and the shapes resolved into what they were. It was a pit, not dug. Exactly, more like a natural low spot between the roots of 4 big trees, but something had decided that low spot was where everything went when it was done with it. Bones, everywhere. They lay in a tangled heap, half buried in damp leaves and black soil, slick in places, dry in others. My flashlight picked out the clean white line of a deer femur, long and smooth, lying across a clutter of smaller, jagged pieces. Nearby, the ragged antlers of a buck jutted out at a strange angle. One tine snapped clean off, the base still slick with something dark that had not fully dried. A section of spine curved across the top of the pile like a question-mark deer by the size of the vertebrae. Each one gnawed at the edges. Long, delicate leg bones tangled through it, the hooves gone, the ends chewed down to rounded nubs. Mixed in with those were smaller skeletons, a raccoon's narrow little mask of a skull, its teeth still set in a permanent grimace, a possum's elongated jaw, yellow needle teeth peeking out from dirt-clogged gums. There were rib cages that looked like broken bird cages, snapped and crushed, their arcs interrupted. The more I looked, the more I saw, and the less my stomach liked it. Ranger did not rush forward. Any other time, any other pile of dead animal in the woods, he would have been all over it, sniffing, licking, rolling, trying to claim it the way dogs do. Here, he did none of that. He took one cautious step toward the edge of the depression, leaned in just enough to inhale, and then made a low, choked sound in his throat. His tail tucked halfway down. He backed up 3 steps, ears flattening against his skull, and then stopped, not willing to turn his back on it, but clearly wanting no part of it either. That scared me more than anything. The air above the pit was heavy with the stink of decay. It was not just old rot. There was a sharpness under it. The wet metal smell of blood that had not been dry for very long. Flies patterned the heap, flickering in and out of the beam, their buzzing forming a loose halo over the bones. I swallowed against the thickness in my throat and forced myself to look closer. Some of the bones were old, weathered, their surfaces chalky and flaked, edges softened by time and teeth. Others were fresh enough that bits of tendon still clung to them, stringy and gray-green. A deer scapula lay near the top of the pile, one side scraped almost clean, the other still wearing a patch of meat that had turned the color of bad lunch meat, shiny and slick. On one of the longer bones, maybe a femur, maybe something else. I saw something that made my skin go cold. Near the center of the shaft, there was a hole, not a crack, not a natural foramen. A hole bored clean through, the edges smooth in a way that looked wrong for gnaw marks. The bone was thick, but whatever had done it had gone all the way through, leaving a perfect, round tunnel from one side to the other. Next to it, another bone smaller, maybe from a dog or a raccoon, had 3 similar holes in a row, evenly spaced like someone had set their teeth and twisted, drinking the marrow out like it was a juice box. My stomach flipped. I crouched near the edge, the mud sucking softly at the soles of my boots, and reached for a fallen stick. The bark was damp and spongy under my fingers. Using the stick as a crude probe, I pushed aside a layer of leaves at the top of the heap, beneath them. A patch of meat clung to what had clearly once been a thigh. It was mottled gray and green, flies crawling over it in lazy waves. When I nudged it, the flesh jiggled, and a thin stream of dark fluid oozed down onto the bones below, carrying the smell of sour rot and iron with it. I gagged, clamped my mouth shut, forced air out through my nose. That was a mistake. The scent was thick enough to feel. Jesus, I whispered. Though nobody here was listening, I pushed the stick further in, trying not to think too hard about what I was touching. Underneath the deer bones and the smaller carcasses, the colors shifted less brown and gray, more cream and off-white. Different shapes, different proportions. That was when my light found the dog skull. It lay on its side, half buried in leaves, the top half clean, the lower jaw still attached by a few stretched ligaments that looked like they would snap if you breathed too hard on them. The canine teeth were long and yellowed, one chipped at the end. A strip of something that might once have been a collar still clung to a patch of vertebrae behind it. The fabric rotten and stiff, the metal buckle eaten with rust. "Ranger," I said, my voice too soft, more habit than anything. He whined, a high, thin sound, and took another small step backward, the leash taut now between us. He knew. Some part of him recognized what that shape meant. I should have turned around. I should have grabbed him and gone back the way we came and called the police from my kitchen. Told them I'd stumbled into a poacher's dump site or some psycho hunter's secret graveyard and let them deal with it. Instead, some hideous need to know pushed me further. I shifted my weight, the mud squelching, and angled the flashlight deeper into the pile. The beam slid over more deer vertebrae, a raccoon's tiny hand-like paw, another long bone with a clean, round hole. Then it hit something that made my whole arm go cold, nestled almost dead center in the heap, half sunken into the leaves and bones around it, was a human skull. There is no mistaking the shape once your brain puts the pieces together. The rounded dome of the cranium, stained in places a mottled brown where soil and old blood had seeped in. The wide, hollow eye sockets, deeper and darker than anything else in the pit, staring up at nothing. The nasal cavity, a sharp triangle of black. One side of the jaw was gone, but the other was still attached, hanging slightly open. A few teeth clung stubbornly to the bone, stained the color of old tea, one crooked toward the back. The front incisors were chipped, as if the person had once had a habit of biting things they should not. Across the top of the skull, from just above one empty eye socket and curving back toward the rear, ran a single, long crack. It was not the thin, spiderweb fracture you see when something falls. This was thick, jagged, like the bone had been hit hard in one place by something heavy, hard enough that the force had radiated out, splitting it like a dried-out log under an axe. I realized I had stopped breathing. My fingers went numb around the flashlight. The beam wobbled, darted across the heap, briefly lighting more horrors what might have been a child's rib. A clump of hair matted in dirt. A hand-sized piece of hide with fur still attached before settling back on that cracked dome. I heard my own heartbeat loud in my ears, thudding slow and heavy. Ranger let out a sound I had never heard from him before. Not a bark, not a growl, something between a whine and a moan. Drawn out and low, like it was being pulled out of his chest against his will. His whole body quivered. His front paws dug into the dirt as if he were fighting the urge to bolt. "Okay," I said, my voice thin. "Okay, we saw it." We're done. Something fell behind me. There was no buildup. No crack of a branch warning me it was about to happen. 1 second, the woods behind us were holding their breath. The next, something heavy slammed down onto the ground with a deep, wet thud. It sounded big. Bigger than a squirrel. Bigger than a raccoon. The impact shook a small shower of leaves loose from the trees above us. A few drifted down into the beam of my flashlight, spinning lazily, out of place in the sudden violence of the noise. Ranger whipped around so fast, the leash burned a line across my palm. He exploded into barking, sharp and furious, launching himself toward the sound. The growl that followed was all teeth, a raw, tearing sound. I spun too, my heart slamming into my throat, yanking the flashlight beam up into the canopy. The light sliced across trunks, branches, leaves, everything jerking and moving in ways my terrified brain tried to turn into limbs, into faces. The treetops swayed, a slow, uneasy rocking that did not match the calm air. But there was nothing there. No animal crashing away through the undergrowth. No person ducking behind a tree. Just the after sway of something that had been disturbed, like a heavy branch had dropped, bounced, and then settled. "Hey," I yelled, without meaning to, my voice cracking on the single syllable. "Who's there?" The woods answered with silence. Ranger's barks rang out, echoing off the trunks. He spun in a tight circle, unable to decide where to direct his fury, teeth flashing white in the beam each time he crossed it. His hackles were fully up now, turning his back into a jagged ridge. My skin crawled, the back of my neck prickled, the little hairs there standing straight out. For a moment, I could have sworn I heard a faint, high sound from somewhere beyond the trees, a long, thin exhale, almost like a whistle. But the wind stirred at the same time, and the two sounds blurred together, making it impossible to tell if I'd heard anything at all. I turned back to the pit, because at that point, the known horror was somehow easier to handle than whatever might be standing just outside the edge of my vision. The skull stared up at me from the tangle of animal bones, unaffected by the brief commotion. I told myself I had to look for some sign that this was just some hunter's illegal dump. Something awful, but explainable. People get lost. Hunters die. Maybe someone had dragged bodies here over time. Maybe something small and metallic glinted near the edge of the pile. I narrowed the beam, brought it closer. At first, it looked like a rusty coin. Then the shape resolved into a round tag, half covered in muck. The edge of it caught between two ribs. A thin, rotten strip of leather or nylon was still threaded through the hole at the top, the remains of a collar long since chewed apart. My mouth went even drier. I reached down with the stick again and gently pried it free. It came loose with a sucking sound as the wet dirt around it gave way. I wiped it off on my jeans without thinking, smearing a mix of mud and something darker into the denim. My fingers were shaking so hard I almost dropped it. Under the rust and grime, letters emerged. B-U-D-D-Y. Below that, the faint impression of a phone number. The digits partially eaten away but still mostly legible. The area code. The first 3 numbers. The last 4. I did not recognize it immediately, but some part of my brain did. A little itch of familiarity at the back of my mind. I'd seen those numbers printed somewhere else. Texted from my phone. Maybe. Saved once, then forgotten. The real estate paperwork. The way my agent had flipped through her files when I first toured the house, showing me the seller's contact info, the emergency numbers, the encase of sheet that had looked like just another form. I did not know for sure yet. I would not confirm it until later. Standing at my kitchen counter with my phone open and my stomach in knots. But right then, staring at the tag, I knew. This had belonged to someone's dog, to the last dog who had lived in my house, to the dog who went missing with his owner on an evening walk into these woods. Ranger whined again, a soft, confused sound, pulling my attention back to him. His eyes flicked from my face to the tag, then back to the pit, as if he understood that this small, rusty circle meant something important and bad. As I moved the light again, something pale caught at the edge of the beam, a scrap of fabric tangled among the ribs and vertebrae. I reached out with the stick, hooked it, and pulled. A piece of hoodie came free. Gray once, but now mottled with dirt and old blood. The cotton was stiff, the edges shredded. Even so, on one surviving square of chest, just beneath a tear, was a cracked ink logo, the stylized letter and mascot of the local high school. I had seen the same logo on kids' t-shirts at the grocery store, on car bumper stickers, on the sign outside the football field when I first drove into town. The realization settled on me like a weight. This was not just a place where something dragged wild animals to eat. This was where it brought anything it caught. Deer, raccoons, dogs, maybe kids in hoodies, cutting through the preserve after dark. Maybe a middle-aged man who took his buddy for a walk one evening and never came back. The buzzing of flies seemed to grow louder, wrapping around my head like static. My vision narrowed to a tunnel, the skull, the cracked dome, the dog tag heavy in my palm, the scrap of hoodie dangling from the stick. Nausea rolled up from my gut so fast I had to swallow hard to keep it down. My hand shook as I slipped the tag into my jacket pocket. The metal was cold against my fingers, a little shard of someone else's nightmare now lodged in my own. "I'm done," I said aloud, though I wasn't sure if I was talking to Ranger, to myself, or to whatever was listening in the trees. I backed away from the pit, one step at a time, never turning my back on it. Ranger moved with me. Gladly this time. His body pressed close to my leg. Somewhere above us, a branch creaked. From far off, dull and distant, a truck downshifted on the highway, the sound floating over like a reminder that somewhere, right now, people were just driving to Costco or home from work. No idea what lay in this pocket of woods behind a quiet cul-de-sac. I did not think of teeth or hooves or antlers anymore. As I crossed back through the trees toward the sagging board in my fence, all I could see in my mind was that cracked human skull resting in the middle of the heap, and I realized, with the kind of cold clarity, I had stopped thinking of it as an animal at that point. I had started thinking of it as someone's dumping ground. 3.3. The skull that should not be there. I do not remember walking back to the house in any real detail. I remember the feeling of Ranger's leash cutting into my palm because I was gripping it too hard. I remember the way my knees felt hollow each time I stepped over a root, like my legs were doing the walking and my brain was just along for the ride. I remember the fence board scraping my jacket again as we ducked under it, and how the backyard seemed almost offensively bright when we came out, grass too green, sky too open. The siding of my house a flat, clean gray that had never seen anything like what I had just crawled away from. Luna went berserk the second she saw us. She launched herself at the inside of the sliding door, paws thudding against the glass, tail beating the air like a metronome gone wrong. When I opened it, she bounced back, then forward, then back again. like she could not decide whether to greet us or scold us for leaving her behind. Her nose went straight to Ranger's fur, sniffing him all over, then to my jeans, where the smear of mud and something darker from the pit had dried. Ranger went straight past her, under the kitchen table, and folded himself there like he was trying to disappear into the shadows. He laid his head on his paws and stared at the floor. He did not shake himself off. He did not drink water. He did not go to his usual spot by the door. He just hid. My own body kicked into autopilot. I went to the sink, turned the hot water on as far as it would go, and held my hands under it until the skin burned. The smell from the grove, the mix of rot, iron, wet dirt, was still stuck to my nose, my tongue, the back of my throat. It felt like it had seeped into my pores. I pumped dish soap into my palm and scrubbed. Suds turned gray, then brown. Little flecks of dirt and something else washed down the drain. I kept going, nails scraping my own skin, watching the red patches bloom across my knuckles. It did not help. Every breath still carried a ghost of that stink. Every time I blinked, I saw the cracked human skull lying in the middle of the pile, teeth still holding on. Luna paced the kitchen in a tight loop door. Bowl, table, door again, nose working overtime, ears twitching at every small noise. She would pause occasionally, stare at the back door for a few seconds, then huff under her breath and go back to circling, like she knew something was wrong, but could not pin it down. Ranger did not move. "Okay," I said finally, out loud, more to prove I could still talk than because I had anything useful to say. There is a line, and I knew I had crossed it the moment I realized I was trying to talk myself out of calling the police, because that is what you are supposed to do, right? You find a human skull in the woods. You call someone whose job it is to know what to do with human skulls in the woods. You do not sit on it and hope it goes away. You do not try to solve it yourself. You definitely do not just wash your hands and go back to watching TV like nothing happened. It took me 2 tries to dial. My fingers kept hitting the wrong numbers. The county sheriff's office answered with that bored professionalism of people who have heard every variety of nonsense. The dispatcher's voice was female, middle-aged, and sounded like it had a coffee mug permanently attached. Sheriff's office. "What's your emergency?" I almost hung up right there. I forced the words out instead. Hi. I don't know if this is an emergency exactly." I started, hating myself. I live off street name Court, behind preserve name. I was walking in the preserve with my dog, and I think I found a dump site. Bones, a lot of bones. And I'm pretty sure there was a human skull in there. There was a little pause on the other end, keys tapping lightly. "Maybe." "Sir, did you say human?" I said. "Skull. Definitely human. Crack across the top. Teeth and everything. Are you sure?" The way she said it, flat and faintly skeptical, made my face heat. I mean, I'm not a doctor. I said, but I don't think deer have eye sockets like that. "You know, I can show you. It's maybe a 5-minute walk from my backyard." More typing. "Okay," she said finally. "We'll send someone by to take a look. Can you stay at your residence?" "Yes." "What's a good contact number for you?" I gave it. She read my address back to me. When she got to the street name, there was the slightest hitch in her voice, like she recognized it. "We'll have a patrol unit swing by," she said. "Might take a bit, we're short tonight. In the meantime, please don't disturb the scene any further. If it's an old hunter's dump or an animal den, we're not going to want anyone messing around in there more than they have to." "Right," I said. "Old hunting dump." She ignored the tone. "If it is human, we'll contact detectives. Just sit tight." Her voice had cooled slightly as soon as she said hunter. The problem, in their minds, had downgraded itself from potential homicide to some rural idiot dumping carcasses where he shouldn't. We hung up. For the rest of the afternoon, I could not settle. I checked the front window every time I heard a car drive past, half expecting a cruiser to slow down in front of my house. None did. The sun slipped behind the trees without anyone knocking on my door. Shadows crept across the backyard. As night fell, the house took on that too quiet feeling again. The fridge hum got louder. The size of the HVAC system sounded like someone walking in the attic. Ranger stayed under the table. Luna parked herself at the back door and stared out into the dark like she was waiting for a bus that was never coming. Sometime after midnight, when the digital clock on the stove rolled past 12:37 a.m., it started. 3 knocks. They were not on the door, not on the glass. They came from the wall. A sharp thunk, thunk, thunk against the exterior of the house at the exact spot where my bedroom wall backed up closest to the tree line. Not loud enough to be someone kicking, not light enough to be a branch. A knuckle knock. Testing. I sat up in bed so fast my vision blurred. For a second, I thought maybe it was the furnace or pipes. Houses make noises. Old wood settles. But there was no follow-up groan, no echo. Just those 3 evenly spaced impacts, and then silence. Then a new sound started. A light, scraping noise, like something with claws or nails dragging slowly along the siding. Short strokes, not hard enough to gouge, just exploring. Scratch, 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 scratch. It traveled from one end of the wall to the other, then stopped. The dogs went from tense to apocalyptic. Ranger barked once, a single, furious shot that came from somewhere deep. Luna launched into a yelping frenzy, racing from the bedroom door to the top of the stairs and back, nails skittering. The sounds stopped. The quiet that followed felt thicker than the dark. I did not sleep much after that. Morning came gray and cold. At 9:30, long after I had convinced myself nobody was coming, a sheriff's SUV finally rolled slowly down the cul-de-sac. It idled for a second, then pulled into my driveway. 2 officers got out. One was in his 30s, all muscle under a snug uniform, sunglasses on even though the sun was barely out. The other was older, thinned hair, coffee stain on his shirt, a belly that said he'd been doing this too long. "You the one who called about bones?" the older one asked as I opened the door. "Yeah," I said, suddenly self-conscious. "Back here. I can show you." Ranger pressed against my leg as I led them through the house. Luna barked once at the newcomers, then fell in behind us, nails clicking. We went out the sliding door, across the yard, to the sagging board in the fence. I lifted it, heart thumping harder with each step, half expecting the skull to be sitting there, grinning up at me, proving I was not crazy. We ducked under one by one, the older officer grunting as his belt caught on the board, the younger one stepping through like he'd done this 1,000 times. Their radios crackled softly as they came up on the other side. "It's not far," I said. My voice sounded thin, too high. Just over here, between those trees. I led them along the same winding path Ranger had taken me the day before. The leaf litter had our footprints still pressed into it in places, slightly darker, edges softened overnight. My boot stepped into the same muddy patches. Ranger's paws fell into his own tracks. No one talked much. The older cop commented once on how you're not really supposed to be back here, and I muttered something about the sign and dog walking. He did not push it. When we reached the depression between the 4 trees, my mouth went dry. The grove was still there. The bones were not. The pit that had been overflowing with vertebrae, ribs, skulls, and long chewed-through limbs had been scraped out. The leaves looked freshly disturbed, piled up on one side as if something or someone had dragged them over the spot with deliberate sweeps. The soil underneath was churned, darker where it had been exposed after long being covered. The only bones left were a few small, broken pieces scattered around the edges, unidentifiable shards. A sliver of something that might once have been a rib. A tooth half buried in the dirt. Across the bottom of the depression, leading away from where the big heap had been, was a long, smooth groove in the leaf litter and soil. It looked like drag marks. Whatever had been here had been pulled out in one big, heavy sweep, leaving 2 parallel troughs with piled-up leaves on either side, all the way toward the thicker part of the woods where my flashlight beam had not reached. The younger officer stepped down into the depression, the sole of his boot pressing into damp earth that had been dry the day before. He crouched, poked at a bone fragment with a gloved finger, then lifted it. "Looks like animal," he said. "Deer, maybe." The older one stood at the edge with me, hands on his belt, eyes scanning the trees. "So, where's this human skull you called about?" he asked. "Right there," I said, pointing blankly at the empty center of the pit. There was a whole pile. Deer, raccoons, a dog skull, and a human skull, right in the middle. Crack across the top. I swear to God I saw it. He grunted. "Wild animals rearrange things all the time," he said. "Coyotes, bears. We don't have bears here." I cut in. "Everyone keeps telling me that. No black bears. That's not what this was." He shrugged. "Dogs. Then, turkey buzzards. If there was anything here. They could have dragged it off. Happens. You sure you didn't just walk into an old dumping ground someone used years back? Poachers leave messes like this in preserves all the time." "No," I said, the word sharper than I meant it to be. There was fresh stuff, meat still on some of the bones, and the skull didn't look old. I stopped myself before I said it was watching me. The younger cop straightened, climbing out of the depression. "I'm seeing mostly animal remains," he said. "If there was a skull, it's not here now." I reached automatically for my jacket pocket. "The dog tag," I said. There was a dog tag in the pile. I took it. It had a name on it and a phone number. "Buddy." It matches the missing guy's dog. I put it right. My fingers met fabric. Lint. Empty air. The pocket was flat. I slapped my other pockets, checked my jeans, the insides of my jacket. Nothing. It was right here. I insisted, more to myself than to them. I put it in this pocket. I remember the weight. I remember feeling the letters under my thumb. It was here. The older officer watched me pat myself down with an expression that hovered somewhere between pity and mild annoyance. "Long day?" he asked. I didn't lose it. I said, hearing the edge of panic in my own voice now. It was in my pocket when I came back. I washed my hands. I called you. Sometimes people see what they want to see, he said, cutting me off gently. You know how many times we get calls like this after hunting season, bones in a ditch, bones in the woods. Somebody thinks it's a serial killer. We come out. It's just deer and trash. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm saying, right now, we have disturbed Earth, a few animal bones, and no human remains on scene. The younger one nodded, clearly already done with the whole thing. If you find anything else concrete, actual skull, clothing, ID, you call us, he added. But at this point, we don't have a crime scene, just a messy spot in the preserve. I opened my mouth, closed it. I had the tag. I said, more quietly, I was going to show you. Maybe you dropped it on the way out, the older cop said. Or maybe it was an old rabies tag you misread. Happens. Either way, we'll file a report that we checked. Found nothing human, advised the caller. Sound good? It did not sound good. It sounded like a box being checked. But what was I going to do? Drag them back here tonight with no bones, no skull, no tag. Tell them the pile had gotten up and walked away on its own. Yeah, I said, the word flat in my mouth. Fine. They walked back with me in silence, at the fence. The younger one ducked under first. The older officer paused just long enough to glance back into the trees. For a moment, his gaze lingered on the spot where the drag marks disappeared into deeper shadow. You know you're technically trespassing back here, he said. Sign says no. I live right there, I snapped, nodding toward my house. Whatever's happening back here is happening 20 feet from my bedroom. He grunted again, non-committal, and followed his partner under the fence. In the backyard, everything looked normal. Hose coiled by the spigot, grill rusting in its corner, the forest sitting there like it had always sat there, pretending innocence. They gave me a card with a case number, told me to call if I found anything substantial. Then they got in their SUV, backed down my driveway, and left, their taillights disappearing around the curve of the cul-de-sac. The silence that followed felt personal. I stood there for a long time in the middle of my lawn, not really seeing the grass in front of me. The dogs hovered near the patio, Luna restless. Ranger still subdued, as if the woods had taken something out of him that he was not going to get back. The tag's absence gnawed at me. I replayed the last 24 hours over and over in my head, trying to give myself an out. Maybe I had dropped it on the way back from the grove. Maybe it had fallen out when I washed my hands. Maybe it had slipped between the couch cushions or onto the floor of the kitchen. I went inside, checked all those places. Nothing. It was like it had never been there. Only my jeans still bore the faint smears of dirt and blood where I'd wiped it. Only my memory had the weight of it, the chill of the metal, the letters B-U-D-D-Y impressed into my fingertips. By late afternoon, the wind had picked up, carrying the smell of dry leaves and distant exhaust over the fence. I stepped back outside, drawn to the edge of the yard the way your tongue is drawn to a sore tooth. The tree line waited. From where I stood, the preserve looked exactly as it always had. Trunks, branches, that faded no trespassing sign, half swallowed by vines. If you did not know better, You would think it was just another patch of protected land, more concerned with deer crossings and bird nests than anything else. I could not see the depression from here. I could not see the drag marks or the churned earth. But I knew they were there. I knew what had been in that pit. I knew what was missing now. My fingers itched for the feel of the tag that was no longer in my pocket, somewhere out there, past the fence and beyond the reach of my cheap little camera's infrared. Something had gone back to its feeding ground and found that someone had been poking at its collection. It had not just eaten, it had cleaned. I stood in my yard, staring into the trees, and told the person reading this what I realized in that moment. Whatever lives back there didn't just clean up its mess. It took back its trophies. 4.1. Calls, reports, and dismissals. After the cops left and the bones vanished from the grove like a bad magic trick, I did the only rational thing left to do. I started making more phone calls that made me sound crazy. First was animal control. Their number was halfway down the county website under nuisance wildlife. I sat at my kitchen table with my laptop open, the deer head picture on one tab, a paused frame of the glowing eyes on another, and the cursor blinking in an empty email draft like it wanted to write "You're screwed" for me. The woman who answered sounded like she had a headset permanently fused to her skull. Animal control. How can I help you? Yeah. Hi, I said, already hating how shaky I sounded. I live off street name court, backing up to preserve name, and I think, look, something is killing a lot of animals near my yard. I found a pile of bones back there a couple days ago, and now it's gone, and my dogs have been going crazy, and I've got footage from a security camera of something. What kind of something eyes? I said, immediately regretting it. High up, at the edge of the infrared, and there was a deer head left by my fence. I have pictures. I can email them. There was a long enough pause that I pictured her looking over at a coworker and making a face. We do have coyotes, she said finally. We've been getting more reports the last few years. They'll kill deer, small pets, leave parts of carcasses in yards sometimes. It's unpleasant, but it's natural. This wasn't natural, I said. Some of the bones looked like something had drilled through them. There was a dog skull with a collar, and a human skull. I already called the sheriff. They came out, but when we went back, the bones were gone. Gone, she repeated. Gone, I said. Dragged off, like something didn't want anyone else seeing them. Another pause, keyboard clicking. If there are human remains involved, that's a law enforcement matter, she said, her voice edging toward a script. As for the animal parts, we can't do much if they're not on your property. The preserve is technically under the state's jurisdiction. I can send you the pictures. I insisted, and the video. Just tell me what animal this could be. Because my dogs, you're welcome to email them, she said. Our address is on the website. We'll review and monitor the situation. In the meantime, we recommend you keep your pets indoors at night. Don't leave food outside, and avoid going into the preserve after dark. Monitor the situation. That was the phrase that stuck in my teeth when I hung up. I sent the email anyway, attached the deer head photo, a screenshot from the camera showing the two pale points above the fence, even a blurry, zoomed-in frame of Ranger and Luna barking at empty air. I typed out everything I could remember from the grove, my fingers hitting the keys a little too hard. Then I hit send and watched the little paper airplane icon shoot off into nowhere. They replied 3 days later. The email was short, polite, and completely useless. They thanked me for my concern about local wildlife, acknowledged that I might be observing increased predator activity, said coyotes and possibly feral dogs could be responsible, and reassured me that predators typically avoid human contact, but to exercise caution and continue to monitor the situation. That phrase again. Everyone wanted me to monitor the situation. Nobody wanted to actually do anything about the thing dragging skulls into a pit 50 yards behind my bedroom. Life went on. Because it had to. I still had a job. Bills did not care if something was clicking at my house from the tree line at 2 a.m. Most weekdays, my alarm went off at 6:15 far too soon after the last round of barking and listening. I'd stumble out of bed, feet sore from pacing, face creased from not enough sleep, and try to act like a normal person. Dogs out, dogs in, coffee. I'd lock the back door twice, check the camera feed one more time just to confirm my yard was not full of glowing eyes, then get in my car for the commute. My route took me past the same strip malls everyone in this part of the state uses gas stations with flickering price signs. A Dunkin' with a drive-through that always had a line wrapped around the building. A Starbucks where I could use the app and never have to speak to anyone if I did not want to. Sometimes I'd sit there in my car at the drive-through window, watching the barista hand me a Grande Pike place like I was just another guy on his way to another boring job. And I'd think, you have no idea what's sitting in the woods behind my house. At work, it was almost easy to forget. Fluorescent lights, hum of HVAC, the glow of dual monitors, meetings, spreadsheets, Slack pings. My coworkers asked about the new place the way people do when you move. You settle in, okay. Nice neighborhood. How's the backyard for the dogs? I never said, oh, it's great. Except for the part where something might be using the preserve as its personal graveyard. I shrugged, joked about the commute, complained about the property taxes. Backyard's kinda creepy, though, I'd say, and they'd laugh. Picturing raccoons and maybe a stray fox, nobody pictured a bone pit. Nobody pictured eyes just at the edge of infrared. That is the worst part about true horror, if you want to call it that. It does not happen in some abandoned asylum or creepy Victorian mansion. It happens in the boring slice of time between work and sleep, the gap between the back porch light and the first line of trees. You can spend your entire day in fluorescent reality and still go home to something knocking on your bedroom wall like it knows you are alone. The night it rained, I found out it did not always stay on the ground. The weather had been threatening all afternoon. Clouds built up over the highway on my drive home. Big, blue-black stacks that made the late sun look like it was hanging behind a bruise. By the time I pulled into the cul-de-sac, the first drops were hitting the windshield, fat enough that they bounced. Inside, I did the usual evening dance with the dogs, food, water. Let them out quick before the storm really hit. The air was thick and warm, smelling like wet concrete and ozone. The preserve behind the fence was darker than usual, the trees already swaying in the gusts ahead of the rain. I did not linger outside. By 8, the rain was coming down hard. It drummed on the roof in steady sheets, 1,000 tiny impacts that blended into a single roar. Water gushed from the gutters in a constant stream, beating against the downspouts, pounding the ground below into muddy craters. I had the TV on low in the living room. Some forgettable show I was not really watching. The dogs were restless, pacing more than usual. Luna would trot to the back door, sniff the air, then retreat, nails clicking on the laminate. Ranger lay nearby but would lift his head every time the rain shifted pattern, ears twitching. The house smelled damp in that way only older houses do during a storm, the carpets breathing out years of absorbed moisture, the faint scent of wood and insulation working its way in around the windows. The rain should have been enough noise to cover anything. But there it was. At first I thought it was just a trick of my brain trying to make patterns out of chaos. A heavier thud here, a double beat there. Then it repeated, slow and deliberate, rising above the wash of the storm. Thump, a pause, thump, another pause, thump, not random, not like branches dropping or acorns bouncing. It had a rhythm to it, a cadence, like footsteps on the roof. My hand froze halfway to the bowl of popcorn I hadn't really been eating. My jaw locked. The TV flickered unnoticed in my peripheral vision as I muted it with a fumbling thumb, the sudden silence inside making the rain sound twice as loud. The footsteps started at the far side of the house, the side closest to the preserve. Each one was spaced out, heavy enough that I could feel the faintest echo through the ceiling, like someone walking slowly across a floor upstairs I did not have. Thump, thump, thump. They moved in a straight line, crossing above the back bedrooms, then the hallway, then the kitchen. I found myself standing without remembering getting up, drifting into the center of the room as if that would somehow safer. My eyes went to the ceiling. There were a few hairline cracks up there, the kind I'd noticed the first week and told myself I'd paint over eventually. They seemed more pronounced now, pale spiderwebs against the off-white paint. As the footsteps passed overhead, I swear I saw a faint dusting of powder fall from one of them, almost invisible in the dim light. Luna's head snapped up. She let out a single, long sound. I had never heard from her before, a drawn-out howl that started low and climbed. Not quite a wolf, not quite a siren, but somewhere in between. It made the hair on my arms stand up. Ranger stood, nails scrabbling, and moved under me, pressing his body against my legs. His eyes were fixed on the ceiling too, tracking something I could not see. I killed the TV completely, the screen going black, my reflection a pale smudge in it. The house was now just rain, dogs, and whatever was pacing on the roof. The footsteps reached the middle of the house, right over the kitchen. If I had to guess, then they stopped. The silence that fell was worse than the noise. At least with the footsteps, I could tell where it was. Now it was just there, above me. My mind filled in the blanks too easily. Something crouched on all fours, weight distributed along the shingles, listening. Something lying flat, stomach pressed to the roof, head tilted, ear against the wood, tracking the sound of my breathing. I moved slowly into the kitchen, each step feeling like an invitation. I stood under the light fixture, staring up at the faint bulge of drywall, following every hairline crack with my eyes. For a moment, nothing happened. Just rain, pounding and relentless, drumming on every surface. The air in the room felt thicker, as if something was pushing down on it from above. Then came the drag. It started as a subtle vibration, a faint tremor in the ceiling. Then it grew louder, a long scraping sound that traveled the length of the house, from the back wall toward the front, like claws or something harder being pulled across the shingles. It was not the sound of a branch sliding off. I'd heard that before, at my old apartment. Branches skip and bounce. They catch and release. This was steady, deliberate. One long stroke. Skrrr. The drag ended near the edge of the roof above the kitchen, right above where the gutter ran. There was a heavy thud like something dropping its full weight all at once, and the gutter outside rattled in its brackets. Water splashed harder in that spot a second later, as if it had been briefly blocked and then released. Luna's howl cut off like someone had snapped a string. She switched to a frantic, broken bark, running in tight circles, nails skidding on the damp floor. Ranger growled, deep and constant, his eyes now on the back door. I stood there, rooted, listening for anything else. A jump to the ground, a scurry, a rustle in the bushes. Nothing, just the storm. I swallowed, my throat dry despite the humidity, and forced myself to move to the sliding door. My hand shook as I slid the curtain aside an inch. Outside. The porch light glowed weakly through the downpour, turning the rain into streaks of silver. The patio was empty. The lawn was a blurred mass of motion. The fence was a dark line. The trees beyond it shifted and swayed, branches tossing, all of them moving at once in a way that made it impossible to tell if anything else was in there. I could not see the roof from that angle. I did not go out to check. You might think that was cowardly, standing there, inches from the door, too scared to step out into my own backyard with two big dogs and a flashlight. Maybe it was, but here is the thing I already knew, in my gut, that whatever had just walked across my roof in the middle of a rainstorm was not going to be standing politely in the yard, waiting for a better look. If it wanted me to see it, it would. Instead, I stood in the kitchen, dogs losing their minds around me, staring up at the ceiling and thinking how, for the first time since moving in, it hit me that this thing did not just live in the trees. It was comfortable above me, too, on the roof, close to the gutters, closer still to the second-story windows I had never bothered to put blinds on. 4.2 seeing it cling to the trunk a few nights after the thing walked across my roof in the rain. The storm gave way to one of those weirdly clear nights, the kind where the sky looks scrubbed clean. The air feels thinner, and the moon sits over the trees like a spotlight someone forgot to switch off. The cul-de-sac was quiet. Most of the houses had that soft blue TV glow in their front windows, or nothing at all. Somewhere a porch light was still on, a cone of yellow above a perfectly normal front lawn. From my back windows, I could see none of that. Just my yard, my fence, and the cutout of the preserve beyond a jagged black silhouette against the washed-out sky. It started the same way everything did now, with the dogs, around 1 a.m. Ranger lifted his head from his spot by the sliding door, nostrils flaring. Luna was already awake, pacing like she had been waiting for her cue. Her nails started that nervous pattern on the floor, click, 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 before she even barked. Then they both erupted. I killed the TV immediately, thumb slamming the remote. The sudden silence inside the house made their barking feel twice as big, bouncing off every wall. This time, instead of running straight to the door, I stayed where I was for a second and listened. It was too quiet out there. On a normal summer night, even this close to the preserve, there is always background noise: crickets, a few cicadas, the low, constant rush from the highway, leaves brushing each other when the wind moves through. Now there was nothing. The dogs barked, breathing hard, claws skittering on the laminate. Outside the glass, the world seemed to be holding its breath. I felt something in my own chest respond to that, like my lungs wanted to join in. Without turning on any lights, I went to the wall and flicked them all off instead: the kitchen, the living room, even the little lamp in the hallway. The house dropped into darkness, the only light now coming from the pane of the sliding door and a faint glow from the microwave clock. The dogs did not care about the dark. If anything, they got louder, trying to fill it. I moved to the side of the door where the curtain hung. It was a cheap, thin fabric I'd grabbed from Target when I moved in, more for the illusion of privacy than anything else. It glowed faintly now with the moonlight from outside. "Stay," I whispered, useless, but automatic as I slipped my fingers into the gap between the curtain and the wall and eased it open just enough to see. I did not flip the porch light. The yard lay in a flat wash of gray and silver. The patio was a darker rectangle. The grill and plastic chair were vague shapes. The grass reflected just enough moon to look like it had a skin of frost on it. The fence cut a hard black line across the back. Beyond that, the trees rose in a tighter wall, their trunks and lower branches partially visible where the moonlight threaded in between them. Above that, a mess of leaves and limbs, and then the sky pale, nearly white with the brightness of the moon. For a long moment, nothing moved. The dog's barking felt wrong against that stillness, uninvited, too loud. My own breathing sounded huge in my ears. I could actually hear my heartbeat, a dull thud-thud in my chest that did not match the rhythm of their voices. Then I heard it. Click, click, click. Clearer now than it had ever been through the glass before. It came from the tree line, not the ground, not from leaves underfoot or branches brushing. It came from wood, a hollow, distinct tap, like knuckles or hard nails on a trunk. 3 beats. Paused. 3 more. My eyes scanned the dark line where the fence ended and the trees started. It took a second for my brain to catch up to what it was seeing. At first it looked like a darker patch on the bark of the biggest tree, the one directly behind the center of my fence. The one I always thought of as the anchor of the preserve. The trunk was thick, the bark ridged and cracked with age. In the moonlight, the left side of it was illuminated. The right side fell into deeper shadow. On that shadowed side, something long and thin clung to the bark. I did not even realize what it was until my eyes focused past the glare of the moon and adjusted to the contrast. It was wrapped around the trunk. Halfway up, it may be 8 or 9 feet off the ground. Arms and legs. That was my first coherent thought. That's arms and legs. They were too long. 4 limbs, jointed wrong, curved around the trunk in a way that didn't make sense for a human body. The arms went higher, hooked over the bark with fingers that looked like they belonged on something else. Too many knuckles. Too long. Each one ending in a pale, curved point that might have been a nail or bare bone. The legs were knotted lower, gripping hard. The joints bent the wrong way in places. Knees or ankles inverted just enough to make my stomach turn. The thing's body was pressed nearly flush to the tree, hugging it. Its torso was thin, almost flat, more like the thickness of a big branch than a person. I could see the ribs, or something like ribs, shifting under skin that did not look like it belonged outside. It was the color of dirty dishwater, gray, with darker stains in places, like it had been dragged along asphalt. Its surface looked wrong, too smooth in some spots, too torn in others, as if something had pulled at it and it had stretched instead of ripping. Every time its fingers adjusted, tiny flakes of bark dropped into the air. Click, click, click. With its left hand, if you could call it that, it tapped the trunk, just the tips of those long digits, making contact in that same awful rhythm. It was not random. It was not just holding on. It was doing it, on purpose, signaling, calling. My mouth had gone so dry I could not swallow. My binoculars were in a box in the hall closet. I had not thought about them in weeks. I was afraid if I moved to get them, I would break the spell and whatever it was would disappear. And part of me desperately needed to know that it was really there. But I needed to see it better. Still half hidden behind the curtain. I backed away from the door, heart thudding so hard it felt like it might shake the glass. The dogs followed my movement, barking in confused bursts now, looking from me to the yard like they weren't sure what I wanted them to do. I moved through the dark house by memory, bumping my hip on the edge of the couch, running my fingers along the wall until I reached the hall closet. The knob stuck, it always did, then gave. I reached in and dug for the binocular case, hands clumsy, knocking into a tangle of winter coats and a forgotten umbrella. The case was where I'd left it, nylon rough under my fingertips. I yanked it free, nearly dropping it, then hurried back to the sliding door so fast I almost tripped over Luna. She yelped as my foot brushed her, but I barely registered it. My whole world had narrowed to the rectangle of glass and what clung just beyond it. From my place just behind the curtain, I lifted the binoculars, flipped the lens caps off with shaking hands, and pressed them to my eyes. The yard jumped closer, a dizzying zoom that made me feel like I'd fallen forward. My own breath fogged the lenses for a second. I wiped them with my sleeve, not daring to move the curtain more than an inch. I found the fence, tracked up to the big tree beyond it. The trunk filled the view, rough bark, fissures, little patches of lichen. I adjusted the focus wheel with my thumb until it sharpened into fine lines, and there it was. The thing clinging to it was now so clear I wished I had never looked. Up close, it looked less like an it and more like something stuck halfway between shapes, limbs too thin for something that size, but corded with tendons that flexed as it gripped the bark. The skin, if that's what it was, hung loose in some places, pulled tight in others, as if it had been stretched over a frame that did not quite fit. You know how kids will take a hoodie, pull the hood up, and then twist it around so the back of it is where the face should be. The folds and stretch of the fabric look wrong. That is what its body reminded me of. And then there was the head. It was turned slightly away from me at first, a lumpy shape pressed close to the trunk. No neck that I could see, just a bulge at the top of the torso. No clear divide. Slowly, almost delicately, it rotated. It did not turn the way a person's head does, pivoting on a spine. It shifted in segments, like something heavy being rotated on a stick. First one angle, then another, until what I realized was the front faced my house. I could not see a nose. I could not see ears, where the eyes should have been. There were simply two deep hollows, darker than the rest of its face. In the moonlight, those hollows caught the light in a way that made them seem wet, shining slightly, like the inside of bruises or congealed blood, reflecting just enough glow to stand out. Below them, a long vertical slit hinted at a mouth, though I never saw it open. The edges of that slit were ragged, the skin there puckered and torn, as if it had been cut into being instead of grown. It lifted one hand away from the trunk and tapped again. Click, click, click. The sound carried clearly enough now that I could almost feel it in my teeth. I did not realize how tightly I was gripping the binoculars until my fingers went numb. It held there, clinging, head tilted at that terrible, too smooth angle, as my dogs lost their minds inside the house. Luna's barks sounded frantic, almost desperate. Ranger's had gone back to that low, steady roar, his body trying to throw itself at the glass. The whole time, the thing did not flinch. It did not look at them. It looked at the house, at the windows, at the barely visible rectangle of my sliding door, at me. My eyes were starting to water from not blinking. The edges of the image wavered. A dull ache spread from the bridge of my nose back into my skull. The urge to close my eyes, just for a second, to give them a break, became almost overwhelming. I forced myself to keep looking until my vision blurred. Then, finally, I lowered the binoculars for the briefest of moments, just to squeeze my eyes shut and rub at them with the heel of my hand. It could not have been more than a second. 2, at most, when I lifted them again and refocused on the tree. My heart stopped. It was gone. For one wild moment, I thought I had imagined the whole thing, that some branch or knot in the bark had tricked my eyes, that this was all sleep deprivation and panic. But the dogs were still going berserk, fur up, teeth bared, bodies aimed at the fence. And then I saw it. Lower, much lower, much. The binoculars caught it halfway down the trunk now, clinging with the same reversed joints and clawed fingers, but closer to the ground. Its body stretched out like something mid-slide. It had moved in the time it took me to blink, and it had moved fast. The head was angled up this time, the front of that blank, wrong face turned straight toward the house, even without the magnification. When I dropped the binoculars in pure reflex, I could see it now with my naked eyes, a long, pale shape hugging the tree, just above the fence line, perfectly still and perfectly pointed at me. The moonlight caught the hollows of its eyes at just the right angle to make them shine. Twin wet pits that looked like they were filled with something thick and dark. It was close enough that I could see the slow expansion and contraction of its ribs, like it was breathing, like it was holding its breath with me. I stumbled back from the door hard enough that I nearly tripped over Luna. She yelped, then launched herself at the curtain, teeth snapping at the fabric, as if she were trying to tear it down and get at whatever was outside. Ranger planted himself between me and the glass, barking so violently that strings of saliva flew from his mouth and spattered on the door. I did not turn the lights back on. I did not go for the camera app, or my phone, or try to get evidence. I just stood there in the dark of my own kitchen, heart slamming against my ribs, listening to my dogs scream at the thing clinging to the tree and feeling down to the bottom of my bones that it was not just standing at the edge of my yard anymore. It was testing how close it could get while I was still on this side of the glass. 4.3. The front of the house is not safe either. After I saw it clinging to the tree, something in me broke in a quiet, practical way. I stopped telling myself stories about coyotes and hunters. I stopped pretending this was going to be solved by another email, another call, another blurry piece of camera footage nobody believed. I accepted one simple fact. There was something out there. It knew my house. And every night, it was getting braver. So I did the only thing I could think to do that didn't involve running away and setting the place on fire. I moved my bed to the living room. Not literally. My mattress stayed upstairs, but I dragged an old heavy blanket and a pillow down and set myself up on the couch, where I could see both the hallway to the back door and, if I sat up, the front window and the door to the porch. The logic was stupid and simple if it came back. I wanted to know exactly when and where. The first night I did this, Nothing happened. The house groaned a little with the temperature drop. The fridge cycled on and off. The dogs shifted in their sleep, Ranger at the base of the couch, Luna closer to the hall leading to the kitchen. Outside, a car rolled through the cul-de-sac around midnight and left again, headlights sweeping briefly across the ceiling. I lay there, with my blanket up to my chest, feeling self-conscious and wired at the same time, and eventually slipped into a shallow sleep that felt like drowning just below the surface of consciousness. The second night is when the front of the house stopped feeling like a barrier and started feeling like a face pressed against the dark. It was one of those brittle, clear nights. No rain, no wind to speak of. The air had that dry bite to it that made my nose sting a little when I breathed too deeply. I fell asleep sometime after midnight with the TV off, the room lit only by the faint orange glow of the streetlight filtering through the thin curtains at the front window. The dogs were both inside that night. I'd started refusing to let them out after 10 p.m. No matter how much they paced. I do not know what time it was when I woke up. There was no bark, no howl to yank me out of sleep this time, no phone alarm. It was noise, but it was small, a faint, irregular sound that my brain at first tried to file as part of some half-remembered dream. Scratch, 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 like someone dragging a fingernail just barely along a surface, testing it. Not enough to gouge, just enough to feel what it was made of. I opened my eyes. The room was dim streetlight glow on the ceiling, a darker block where the front door stood, the silhouette of the small entry table. Ranger was sitting up now, not lying down, a solid shadow at the base of the couch, ears pricked, body rigid. Luna was nowhere in sight. A second later, I realized I could hear her panting softly from the hall, pacing, unable to decide which direction needed her more. The scratching came again. This time I knew exactly where it was coming from. Not from the back of the house, not from the wall by the preserve, from the front, from the direction of the porch. I pushed myself up slowly, blanket falling to my lap, heart already hammering in my chest. The sound changed. Scratch, scratch became a dull, wet sound, like something soft smearing across glass. Long strokes, starting near the bottom of the window and sliding upward in a lazy, exploratory way. I stared at the curtains, at the way the orange light from the street seemed slightly diffused now, blurred in places where it had been crisp before. "Ranger," I whispered. He did not look at me. His eyes were fixed on the front door, head tilted slightly to the side, as if he were trying to place a noise that did not make sense to him. His lips pulled back from his teeth, but he did not bark. He just made a low, continuous sound in his throat. The canine version of "this is wrong." Luna edged into the room, body low, tail tucked, nails clicking softly on the floor. She did not go near the door. She stayed halfway between it and the hall, glancing from one to the other, as if waiting for something to come through either end. The scratching slowed, then stopped. For a moment, there was only my breathing and theirs. Then came a new sound, a soft, heavy thud on the porch boards, maybe 2 or 3 feet from the door. Another, then another. They were not sharp. Heel strikes like boots. They were not the light tap-tap of shoes or paws. Each one was a dull hum. Meaty impact followed by a faint stickiness, like something wet was being peeled up and set down again. Step, step, step. Bare, heavy, slow. It walked from one side of the porch to the other, each move measured and careful, as if feeling out the wood under it. The boards creaked only the slightest bit, the old nails complaining. I realized, in a far-off way, that I could hear it breathing. It was subtle at first, just a change in the pressure of the air, a tiny whisper layered on top of the stillness. Then it grew clearer, a steady in and out, long, slow pulls of air through something that did not sound like a mouth. It reminded me of the sound you get when you have a leak in a window seal during a storm, that faint whistle of wind slipping through where it shouldn't. Except this was warmer, wetter. There was weight behind it. Inhale, exhale. Right on the other side of the door. My skin prickled. It felt like the sound was being breathed directly against the wood. Like if I put my hand up, I would feel it through the panel. I slid silently off the couch until my feet touched the floor. The boards under the rug felt cold, and I could feel the tremor in my own legs. Every instinct I had screamed at me not to get any closer to the door. Instead, I edged sideways toward the front window. The curtains there were cheap and thin, like the ones at the back. I could see the color of the porch light through them, the smear of the street lamps orange, and something else. Long, vertical streaks that had not been there before. From a distance, they looked like shadows or smudges. Up close, they were clearly trails of some darker substance, maybe half an inch wide, running from the bottom edge of the window up to about eye height. Some were straight, others had a faint curve, like whatever had drawn them had hesitated mid-swipe. They glistened slightly in the light. Damp. Mud. My brain offered, stupidly, it's just mud. What kind of mud sticks upward on glass? Ranger gave a small, guttural cough of a bark, like he was warning something just beyond the door, but didn't want to risk provoking it. Luna whined, high and thin. The breathing on the other side of the door hitched once, then resumed, a fraction louder. It was close, right up against it. I held my breath, as if I could somehow stop my presence from registering. Then another sound joined the breathing, a faint metallic clink, not loud, not like keys dropped on concrete, more like two small pieces of metal lightly touching, shifting against each other in a small, controlled motion. Clink, pause, clink. I looked down. There is a gap under my front door, the kind every homeowner means to fix, but never quite gets around to. Small enough that you do not think about it. Big enough that cold air sneaks in during winter. Something small and dark slid through that gap, scraping softly against the inside threshold. It moved an inch, then another. Like it had been gently nudged from the other side by something with careful, precise fingers. It stopped when it was fully inside, resting on the hardwood just beyond the welcome mat. The breathing did not change. I took one step forward, then another. Ranger growled louder, but did not block me. Luna tucked herself against the couch. Eyes huge and white in the dim light, I crouched, never taking my eyes completely off the bottom edge of the door, and reached out with 2 fingers. The object was cold and slick against my skin. I picked it up, in the glow from the streetlight bleeding around the edges of the curtain. I saw exactly what it was. A small, round metal tag on a short, broken piece of ring. The edges were pitted with rust, the surface scarred. Something dark was smeared across it, thick enough that it obscured part of the engraving. There were letters underneath. Buddy. The name punched out in an arc. Below that, the faint ghost of a phone number I already knew by heart. For a second, everything tilted. I had to grab the wall with my free hand to keep from falling. I had held this tag before, in the grove, with my fingers numb from cold and terror. I had wiped it on my jeans, felt the letters under my thumb, watched the numbers emerge from the grime. I had put it carefully into my jacket pocket, sure that it would be the one piece of proof I could offer the police. Then it had been gone, vanished between the grove and my kitchen, vanished when I went back there with the officers and found nothing where the bones had been. Now it was back, sitting on my floor like a lost coin. Only it was different. The dark smear on it up close was not just dirt. It had the wrong texture, thicker, tackier. When I turned the tag slightly, it caught the light and shone not red, not brown exactly, but a murky in-between, like old blood mixed with something yellowish. There was a faint smell coming off it, not as strong as the bone pit, not that full-force rot, just a hint of something organic and sour, the way your hands smell after you handle raw meat and wash them. But not quite enough. The smell of something that has been inside a mouth, or a stomach, or both. It felt, in that moment, like the tag had taken the long way home through some place I did not want to think about. Outside the door, the breathing continued, steady, patient. Then, as if to punctuate the moment, something shifted its weight on the porch again. Another heavy, sticky footstep. Then another, moving parallel to the door, like it was pacing the small space between the mat and the railing. I did not look through the peephole. I know it sounds irrational. It was right there, a couple feet above my head. I could have stood up, put my eye to it, and maybe finally seen this thing face to face. But the idea of getting that close to the single hole in the barrier between us, of pressing my eye to a circle of glass while something stood inches away on the other side, made every part of my body revolt. I stayed crouched, hand clutching the tag so hard the edges bit into my palm. Slowly, almost lazily. The breathing began to fade, not all at once. Each inhale and exhale grew softer, like whatever was making it was leaning away from the door, stepping backward. A board creaked near the far end of the porch. Another. Then nothing. No breathing, no footsteps, just the thin hum of the streetlight, the distant rush of the highway, and my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. Ranger relaxed in tiny increments, the fur along his spine settling. Luna crept forward on stiff legs until she was close enough to sniff my hand, then recoiled a little at the scent of the tag. I do not know how long I stayed there, crouched by the door, staring at the piece of metal in my fist like it might suddenly start talking. Eventually, I stood up. My knees cracked. My back screamed. I did not open the door. I did not go out onto the porch to look for footprints or smear marks. I went to the sink, turned on the faucet, and ran water over the tag until the worst of the dark slime ran off, even scrubbed. The letters stayed the same. Buddy. The number underneath matched the one in my phone the contact my real estate agent had labeled with the seller's name back when this house was just a listing on my screen. I dried the tag, stared at it lying clean and innocent on my palm. Then I understood, in a way that felt deeper than words, what had just happened. The thing in the woods had not lost that tag. It had not dropped it in the grove by accident. It had taken it back when I tried to steal it, when I stuck my hands into its pile of bones and trophies and thought I could just walk away with proof. And now, after wiping its own feeding ground clean and making a fool out of me in front of the police, it had chosen to return that one tiny piece, not to be helpful, as a message. I stood in my dark living room, front curtains glowing faintly with borrowed light, dogs pressed tight against my legs, and told the person on the other side of this story what that message was. It wasn't just wandering behind my house anymore. It had stood on my porch, inches from my face, and slid its favorite trophy under my front door like a calling card. It was saying, as clearly as it could without words, "I know you went into my place. Now I've been to yours." And whatever illusion I'd still had about the front of the house being the safe side died right there on the welcome mat. 5.1. Protectors become targets. If I am honest, the only reason I did not lose my mind completely in those first weeks was the dogs. It sounds stupid, but they were my proof I was not alone. When I would wake up at 2 a.m. to barking and clicking and those awful, deliberate knocks, there was always the weight of Ranger stretched out under my hand, the flash of Luna's white chest in the doorway. When something breathed on my front door, there were 2 pulsing, living shapes between me and it. Teeth bared, bodies tense. They were my alarm system, my company, my excuse for why I had not just packed a bag and walked away. I told myself that as long as they were with me, I wasn't really by myself in that house. I don't know why I never stopped to think that if something out there was smart enough to know my routines, smart enough to clean a bone pit and send a dog tag back like a message, it might also be smart enough to understand exactly how much those 2 animals meant to me. It would be smarter than I was. The night it went after Luna wasn't even that late. That is one detail I keep coming back to when people tell themselves horror only happens after midnight. It was a Wednesday. I remember because I had stayed an extra hour at work for a meeting that could have been an email, then sat in traffic on the interstate behind a fender bender while the sun went down. By the time I got home, my eyes hurt from headlights. I nuked leftovers, half-watched some game highlights, scrolled aimlessly on my phone while Luna brought me the same slobbery tennis ball 3 times. Nothing about that night felt like this is when your life tilts. Around 10, I decided to take them out one last time before bed. The cul-de-sac was still awake in pockets. Across the street, somebody's living room light was on, the flicker of a TV catching in the window. 2 houses down, a porch light glowed over a pair of chairs nobody was sitting in, somewhere far off. A siren wailed and faded. Nothing to do with us. The preserve behind my fence was its usual wall of dark. "Come on," I said, grabbing the back door handle. Ranger was already there, like he always was, tail wagging slow. Luna danced in place behind him, nails ticking on the laminate, tongue lolling. I opened the door. The night air that came in was cool, smelling like cut grass, damp dirt, and that deeper, older scent from the trees I had come to recognize without wanting to. Ranger trotted out at his normal steady pace, head already down, doing the old dog thing of trotting to his usual potty spot. No hurry. Luna shot past him like a rocket, a streak of motion aimed straight at the back of the yard. Her collar jingled as she went, the little metal tags clacking together my phone number, her rabies tag, her name. It was one of those tiny everyday sounds you stop noticing until something rips it away. The patio light flicked on as the door closed behind them, casting a yellow pool over the concrete and the first few feet of lawn. Beyond that, the grass fell quickly into shadow. The fence was just a darker band, the tree line a jagged black beyond it. I lingered by the door, hand still on the handle, watching. Ranger stopped halfway out, sniffed, picked a spot, lifted his leg. Normal. Every day. Nothing wrong. Luna reached the fence in about 3 seconds. She always did. She'd run to it like there was something to challenge, plant her front paws against the wood, and give a couple of sharp barks at whatever might be on the other side, just to make sure the world knew this was her line. I heard the soft thud of her body hitting the boards, heard the jingle of her collar, heard the rustle of grass under her paws as she skidded to a stop and pushed up. And then, all at once, every sound changed. There was a sudden, taut noise like a rope snapping tight, loud enough that I felt it in my teeth more than my ears. Luna screamed. Dogs don't scream often. They bark. They whine. They yelp. This was none of those. It was a raw, tearing sound, high and strangled, cut through with the kind of panic you don't ever forget once you've heard it. I froze for half a second. Then I was already out the door, bare feet slapping the cold concrete of the patio. The change in the air hit me as I ran, whatever that smell is, when blood hits open air. It's different from the bone pit smell, fresher, hotter. The patio light threw everything ahead into lurid contrast. Ranger had spun around, barking, fur up. His whole body was angled toward the fence, as if he'd been yanked on an invisible leash. He lunged forward, then back, not sure where to put his teeth. Luna was half under the fence. Her front half was still in my yard, front legs splayed, claws furrowing deep lines into the wet grass, chest heaving. Her back half was gone, dragged under the lowest board. The wood there, the part I had lifted so many times to squeeze myself under, was flexing now on its own. The board bowed and creaked with the strain of something pulling from the other side. Luna's body jerked with it, dragged inches at a time. Her back legs were twisted at an angle that made my stomach flip. One hip was already at a wrong height. The joint pushed out hard against the skin. Blood sprayed from somewhere under her, bright and shocking in the yellow porch light. It hit the grass in spatter marks, hit the bottom edge of the fence in a smeared arc, dotted the patio concrete by my toes. No, I heard myself say, uselessly, as if you can negotiate with physics. I hit the grass so fast my knees burned. Luna, I grabbed her by the collar with both hands and pulled. I could feel every tendon in her neck straining under my fingers. The muscles in her shoulders bunched hard as she fought, trying to push forward even while something on the other side dragged her back. For a heartbeat, it was a tug of war. She whined around her own voice, the sound strangled, cut up by the pressure around her hips. And then, from the other side of the fence, something new entered the scene. Between two slats of wood near where her belly was pinned, something long and gray slid into my yard. At first my brain tried to make it a branch or a root, but branches don't flex like that. Roots don't end in fingers. It was a hand, if you could call it that. Too long, too thin. The skin the same filthy, stretched gray I'd seen on the trunk-hugging shape in the trees. Bone's actual bone showed through in places where the skin had worn away, gleaming a sick off-white. The fingers had too many joints, bending in two directions at once. At the very tips, the nails, if they were nails, had grown into hooked, pale blades. It snaked out between the boards with a boneless ease, wrist compressing, fingers folding in, then unfolding on my side like some horrible spider. Luna tried to bite it. Her head snapped back toward it, teeth bared. But the angle was wrong. she couldn't reach. The hand did not hesitate. It plunged into her belly like it was reaching into a bag. There is no polite way to describe it. 1 second her fur was whole, her stomach a tense, white curve under the porch light. The next, the gray fingers sank in past the skin up to the knuckles, and everything parted like wet paper. There was a tearing sound that I felt more than heard, a damp rip, like pulling apart a piece of cooked meat. Her skin split. A line of bright red opened across her abdomen. Then another as those fingers raked downward. A layer of yellow-white fat bulged out, glistening, before ripping. Underneath, things that should never see air spilled forward, loops of intestine, thick and glistening, a flash of something dark and solid that might have been a kidney or a liver. Heat hit my hands like I'd stuck them in a pot of soup. Luna screamed again, a higher, more broken sound. I pulled harder, fingers burning on her collar. I could feel the collar digging into the back of her neck, the bones of her throat grinding as I hauled her forward. Something on the other side yanked back just as hard. For a split second, her entire spine became a rope between us. I could feel the vertebrae strain, the muscles along her back writhe under her matted fur. Her front paws tore furrows into the grass, mixing dirt and blood into a sticky paste. Then Ranger moved. I did not see the moment he decided. By the time my brain registered it, he was already there. He launched himself at the fence. Teeth aimed not at Luna's thrashing body, but at the thing holding her. His jaws closed around the gray arm where it bent between the slats. I heard the impact of his teeth hitting it. It did not sound like biting into flesh. There was no give, no crunch of cartilage. It sounded like someone slamming a metal bar into a pile of dishes. A hard, vibrating crack that rang up through Ranger's skull and into my hands. He snarled, deep and savage, shaking his head, trying to rip whatever it was free. His teeth scraped along the limb. Sparks of a different kind of pain flew through him. I could see it in the way his back legs slid. His eyes flashed white for a second. He'd bitten bone, not under muscle, not under skin, just bone. The arm jerked. The fingers in Luna's belly clenched once, reflexively, digging deeper into the mess they'd made. She let out one more, shorter scream. Then the arm was gone. It yanked backward with inhuman speed, vanishing between the boards like it had never been there. The pressure on Luna's hindquarters released all at once, without that counterpull. My own momentum and Ranger's last shake combined. Luna flew backward, out from under the fence, her body hitting the grass in a slick, wet slide. She landed half on her side, half on her back, legs kicking weakly. Her belly was open. I don't know how else to say it. From just behind her front legs to in front of her back ones, there was a gash big enough to put both my hands into. Skin peeled back, fat in ragged, yellowish globules, intestines spilling partially out, slick and purple and white, pulsing faintly with each struggling breath. Blood poured from somewhere deeper inside, a darker red now, thicker, mixing with the grass under her to turn it black in the porch light. She tried to right herself, paws scrabbling. A horrible wet sound came from inside her as things shifted that should not. Ranger backed away from the fence, tooth marks smeared with something dark around his muzzle. His growl had changed. It was higher, edged with panic now. Some of the blood on his mouth was bright Luna's. Some was darker, almost black in the yellow light. It dripped, thicker, clingier, refusing to fall in normal drops. I did not look at the gap under the fence. I did not want to see if something's fingers were still there, curled just out of sight. "Luna," I kept saying, stupidly, like her name was a spell that could reverse this. "Luna. Hey. Hey. Stay with me. It's okay. Stay with me." I dropped to my knees beside her. The grass under me was already soaked. My hands went automatically to her wound, as if I could hold her insides in by sheer will. Hot, slick tissue slid under my fingers. Something round and rubbery and organ pulsed weakly against my palm before slipping back into the cavity. She looked at me. That is what hurts the worst now, thinking about it. Her eyes found mine, wild and unfocused, but still full of that trust dogs have when they look at you. Like she believed I could fix this because I was hers and she was mine, and that was how the world worked. Her breaths came in fast little pants, then slower, then faster again, each one bubbling wetly. "Hold on," I said, my voice shaking. "Hold on, girl, hold on. We'll get you help." Ranger pressed against my side, whining, licking at her face, at my bloody hands, then back at the fence like he couldn't decide which threat to focus on. The night beyond the yard was silent. No crickets, no wind, no clicks. Whatever had reached under my fence was gone, or waiting, or just listening. I scooped Luna up as best I could, arms under her chest and hindquarters, trying to keep her midsection as still as possible. It was like carrying a bag full of warm water and broken glass. Blood soaked immediately into my shirt, hot and sticky, running down my stomach, my legs. She whimpered once when I lifted her, then went quiet, head lolling against my arm, tongue hanging slightly out. Her heart hammered against my wrist. Too fast. "Ranger, inside." I barked, voice breaking. He followed, nails slipping on the patio, almost hitting the doorframe in his hurry. I kicked the door open, leaving a smear of blood on the glass, and barreled through the kitchen, leaving a trail of red drops across the tile. Phone, keys, somehow my hands found them. Somehow I dialed the emergency vet clinic number with fingers slick with Luna's blood and whatever else was on them. The person on the other end started with the usual script, emergency animal hospital. "What's my dog?" I cut in, breathless. Something grabbed her under the fence. Her stomach is open. There's a lot of blood. She's still breathing, but... "Bring her in now," the voice said, going flat and focused. "Apply gentle pressure if you can. Keep her as still as possible." "How far are you? 15 minutes. I lied. It was closer to 20 with lights. "Drive safe, but hurry. We'll be ready." I hung up, cradled Luna closer, and ran. Ranger tried to jump into the car with us. I had to shove him back, slam the door on his confused, frantic face. His bloody prints streaked the window as he pawed at it, barking once, twice, as if asking why I was leaving him behind. I reversed too fast out of the driveway, tires squealing, the world outside the windshield a smear of streetlights and dark houses. The dashboard clock glowed 10:14 p.m. Every bump in the road jolted her body in my arms, and every time, her organs shifted under my fingers like a sack of wet cloth. My shirt clung to me, soaked through. The car filled slowly with the coppery, animal smell of her blood, and a darker, stranger scent, whatever that thing had left behind on her when it grabbed hold. In the reflection of the windshield, as lights passed overhead, I could see my own face, pale and wide-eyed, streaked with something dark. My protectors were no longer just barking at the thing in the trees. One of them had become its target, and as I hurtled through the night toward the emergency vet, hands pressed against the hole in my dog, I knew, with a kind of icy clarity, that nothing in that house, not the back, not the front, not the roof, was off limits anymore. 5.2. The vet, the wound, and what they find in her fur. The ER vet clinic was in one of those strip malls you never really look at when you drive by during the day. Next to a 24-hour donut place, across from a dark nail salon. Its only sign was a blue neon paw print over the door and the words, "Emergency Animal Hospital," glowing in tired red. At 10:30 on a weeknight, the parking lot was mostly empty. One minivan, a Subaru, my car screeching in crooked across two lines. The second I opened my door, the smell hit me again. Blood and wet dog, old coffee from somewhere inside, car exhaust. Luna twitched in my arms as I shifted my grip, a thin sound leaking from her throat that did not sound like any bark I had ever heard. More like air escaping a punctured balloon. The automatic doors whooshed open on a blast of cold. Over-conditioned air. Inside was too bright. Fluorescent lights, white tile. Walls painted that fake soothing pastel blue. There was a stack of brochures about dental cleanings and flea prevention on a little table. A bulletin board covered in pictures of smiling pets, and a TV in the corner playing a loop of happy dogs running in slow motion through fields. It would have been funny if it had not been so obscene. "Help!" I yelled, louder than I meant to. "Somebody!" The woman at the front desk shot up from her chair, so fast her wheeled stool rolled backward and crashed into the wall. "Oh my God," she said. The words automatic, but the shock very real. "Back here. Right now." She pushed through a swinging door and shouted toward the back. "We've got a hit by car or something abdominal. I need a gurney." Two techs appeared almost instantly, rolling a metal table on wheels, the sound of it metal on tile. A rattling clatter felt like it was echoing inside my skull. "Set her here," one of them said, already snapping on gloves. I laid Luna down on the stainless steel. Her body left a smear of red on the surface, a wide crescent of blood, and whatever else was inside her. One of the techs grabbed a towel, tried to arrange it under her as they moved her fully on. It soaked through in seconds. For the first time since the yard, I saw the wound under real light. Her belly wasn't just cut, it was opened. The skin had been torn in a curved, jagged line from just behind her rib cage all the way to her rear legs. Some of the edges were straight, sliced. Others were frayed, like something had gripped and ripped. Loops of pale, glistening intestine bulged out through the gap, slick and pulsing slowly with each uneven breath. A section of it had dried slightly at the edges already, turning a darker red where it met the air. There were small chunks of fat hanging, wobbling with every movement, yellow-white and obscene. One of the techs young, tired eyes, dark hair pulled back, pressed gently with both hands, and began nudging the organs back in. Fingers sure and careful. Sweet girl, I know, she murmured, voice soft and steady in a way mine had not been. The other tech grabbed clippers from a tray and started shaving the fur away from the edges of the wound. The loud, buzzing whine filling the room. The smell of antiseptic hit next, sharp and chemical. It fought with the copper of the blood and the sour animal smell, but didn't win. They blended into this nauseating mix that made my stomach flip. The vet arrived as they were finishing the initial cleaning. She was in her late 40s, maybe, with tired lines around her eyes and a smudge of something dark on her sleeve that could have been ink, coffee, or old blood. Her scrubs had little cartoon bones on them. "What happened?" she asked, eyes never leaving Luna's exposed insides as she snapped her own gloves on. "Something grabbed her under my fence," I said, pulled her halfway under. My brain supplied the truth on a loop. A gray arm with too many joints reached through and opened her like a zipper. My mouth chose a different path. "I think it was a coyote," I finished. Or some kind of animal. She's a yard dog." She ran toward the fence and I heard her scream. The vet frowned, fingers already probing gently around the torn edges. "Coyotes will go under fences, not usually pull dogs under them," she muttered, more to herself than to me. "But we'll worry about that later. Right now, I'm worried about this." She looked up at me once, just long enough for me to see the honest concern there. "We're going to take her into surgery," she said. "There's a lot of damage, but she's still got a good heartbeat. We need to get those organs back in. Clean everything thoroughly. Repair what we can. There's a risk of infection, internal bleeding. You understand?" "Yes," I said, though I barely did. "Go sit in the waiting room," she told me. "We'll update you when we know more." One of the techs handed me a clipboard with forms that might as well have been written in another language. Another gently steered me backward as they wheeled Luna through a different set of doors, the table rattling, the towel under her now soaked a deep, ugly red. The last glimpse I had of her before the door swung shut was her paw dangling off the edge of the gurney, claws smeared with my yard's dirt, and a darker stain I did not want to name. The waiting room felt like a dream someone else was having. The pastel blue walls, the potted fake plant in the corner, the water cooler humming, the TV still looping footage of happy Labradors leaping into lakes, slow-motion droplets flying. Above the counter, a little sign in bubbly letters. "We treat your pets like family." I sat in a chair that was too small and stared at my hands. The blood had dried in strange, tacky patterns on my skin. It had seeped into the grooves around my nails, the lines of my knuckles. In some places, it was darker, almost black. In others, a rusty brown. There were tiny flecks of yellowish fat clinging stubbornly to the hairs on my wrists. I could still feel the texture of her insides under my fingers. On the TV, a golden retriever caught a frisbee and rolled in the grass while a woman laughed, her teeth unnaturally white. The sound was off. Somebody had muted it. So all I saw was open mouths and laughing faces, no noise coming out. On the opposite wall was a bulletin board covered in printed thank you cards. "Thank you for saving Max. You guys are heroes. Bella wouldn't be here without you." Every exclamation mark felt like a punch. My phone buzzed in my pocket, a notification from my home camera app. I hadn't even thought to turn it off, with hands that still didn't feel like mine. I opened it. The backyard feed came up first, a static shot of the patio, the fence, the dark tree line beyond. The porch light was still on, shining over a patch of grass stained darker than the rest where the attack had happened. Ranger was on the threshold, inside, his body pressed against the glass. At first, he paced a slow, tight pattern back and forth along the door, head low, occasionally sniffing the floor where droplets of Luna's blood had dripped. He'd pause, Inhale deeply, let out a soft whine, then move again. Nails sliding on the floor. Sometimes he'd sit, staring out into the yard, ears pricked, as if waiting for her to reappear out of the darkness. Then he did something he had never done before, at least not on camera. He lay down directly in front of the back door, crossways, his body blocking the lower half completely. His chin rested on his paws, eyes open. He did not sleep. He just guarded. The timestamp in the corner ticked forward 10:52:11:07:11:23, and his silhouette never moved more than an inch. I had to look away. Time at the clinic went strange. It stretched and folded. I filled out the forms, signed where they told me to sign, initialed next to the line about understanding the risks, the cost estimates, the possible need for blood transfusions. One of the techs gave me a packet of tissues I hadn't realized I needed until my nose started running and my eyes burned. The smell of antiseptic drifted faintly through the double doors every time someone pushed them open. Underneath it, occasionally, there was a stronger whiff of blood or something burned and fatty cauterized tissue at some point. The vet reappeared. Her hair was a little messier now. Her scrubs had a new smear on the front, and her gloves were gone. She sat down in the chair next to mine instead of calling me up to the counter, which made my heart lurch. She made it through surgery, she said, without preamble. That's the good news. It took me a second to process the words. Made it. I repeated. She lost a lot of blood. The vet went on. We repaired several tears in the intestinal tract, cleaned out the entire cavity. Fortunately, no major organs were completely destroyed. She's not out of the woods. There's still risk of infection, and we'll need to keep her here on fluids and antibiotics for at least a couple of days. But right now, she's alive, and that's frankly more than I expected when I first saw her. I exhaled hard, a sound somewhere between a laugh and a sob. Thank you, I said. The words felt thin compared to what she'd just done. She nodded once, accepting it without ceremony. There is something else, she said. Of course there was. When we were shaving around the wound and cleaning out debris, we found some foreign material in her fur and in the lacerations. She gestured to one of the techs, who came over and handed her a little clear plastic specimen bag. Inside were a few irregular objects, each maybe the size of a fingernail clipping or a torn scab. They were stuck to the sides of the bag, clinging to the plastic with a faint smear of dried blood. She held it up so I could see. Most of it looked like old skin, she said slowly. Some kind of gray tissue, dried, like a shed callus. We also pulled out a couple of these. She tapped the bag with a fingernail, making one of the pieces flip slightly and catch the light. It was a thin shard, curved, maybe half an inch long, not bone exactly, not keratin either, somewhere in between. It had the dull, chalky color of old bone, but when it turned, the edge of it flashed with a faint, translucent shine, like a degraded fingernail. The tip came to a blunt, worn-down point, as if it had been dragged along stone over and over. This is what worries me, she said. These are not from your dog, and they don't look like what we usually see with coyotes or stray dog bites. I've been doing emergency work for 20 years. I've seen every kind of fight injury you can imagine. These, she shook her head. Claws, I asked, hearing how small my voice sounded. Maybe, she said, but they were embedded in the tissue like they broke off inside her when whatever grabbed her dug in. We're sending them out with the biopsy samples. See if the lab can tell us exactly what they're made of. I nodded, staring at the bag. My stomach turned, but not for the reasons she thought. Because I recognized something about the shape of that shard, the slight curve, the width at the base, narrowing toward the tip, the way one edge was smooth and the other had tiny ridges, like it had once been attached to something living and then torn free. It looked like the end of a fingernail, if fingernails were thicker, longer, duller, if they had been driven through dogs and deer, and maybe worse, over and over, until they were chipped and worn, without really thinking about it. I reached out. "Can I keep that?" I asked. My voice did not sound like mine. She blinked. "We usually hold on to foreign objects for records," she said, a little surprised. "But I can make you a copy of the pathology report when it comes back." I swallowed. "I need to see it, to show someone." It grabbed her under my fence. "I want proof." She studied my face for a second, something like concern flickering there. Then she sighed and held the bag out to me. "Fine," she said quietly. "But don't show this to your neighbors and start a neighborhood watch panic about mountain lions or something." "Okay, yeah," I said. "Yeah, I won't." The bag was lighter than I expected. The shard slid to one corner as I tilted it, the other gray scraps of skin shifting with it. Up close, pressed against the plastic, I could see tiny grooves running along its length, like growth rings on a tree, or the lines in a human nail. Only these had dirt ground into them, and something darker, caught near the base. That looked an awful lot like dried, almost black blood. Luna had taken something with her when she bit back, or Ranger had. Either way, a piece of whatever lived in those trees was now in a zip-top bag in my hand. Some people might take comfort in that. We heard it. It can be hurt, sitting there under fluorescent lights while someone on the TV cooed over an adoptable kitten with subtitles. I did not feel comfort. I felt like I had just stolen another trophy from something that had already proven it did not like its collection touched. And as the vet went off to write up Luna's chart, and the text disappeared back through the doors, I sat in that pastel waiting room with my dog's blood drying under my nails and a sliver of the thing from the preserve in my pocket. For the first time, I realized I was not just haunted. I was carrying part of it home with me. 5.3. Recording the sound. It makes after Luna came home from the vet. My house stopped being a place I lived in and turned into a place I guarded. She came back with a shaved belly, a ladder of black stitches where the gray thing's arm had opened her, and a list of instructions that made my chest hurt just to read. No running, no jumping, no stairs without supervision. Crate rest as much as possible. Check the incision twice a day for swelling, heat, or seepage. She moved like an elderly dog overnight, slow and careful, her eyes still bright, but her body betraying her. Every sound she made, every grunt as she lay down, every whine made me flinch. Ranger, who used to shove past her to get out the back door, now hovered around her like a worried older brother. If she shifted too fast, he was there, ears forward, nose bumping her cheek. At night, he lay as close to her bed as he could, his side pressed against the edge of her blanket. I made one decision immediately. The yard was closed after dark. It did not matter how much they paced or whined. After the sun went down, no more just a quick trip outside. I leashed them and walked them out front to pee on the patch of grass by the driveway like we were back in some third-floor apartment. Not a single family house with a fenced yard. Neighbors probably thought I was weird. I did not care. The fence line behind the house felt like the edge of a cliff now. I wasn't giving the thing in the trees another chance to reach under it. But avoidance only went so far. I still needed to sleep. And every night. As the hours between midnight and dawn rolled around, that old pattern started again, tiny sounds where there shouldn't be. Dogs' ears pricking, the sense that the house was being breathed on after the attack. Though, I didn't just stand there listening with my heart in my throat. I wanted something more than my memory and a baggie of broken claws to prove I wasn't losing it. So I decided to record the sound it made. I didn't have fancy equipment, just my phone and a cheap little external mic I'd bought months earlier for some half-serious idea about starting a podcast that never happened. It was one of those thumb-sized things you plug into the charging port, with a tiny foam cover to block wind. I dragged an old side table up against the wall near the back door, close enough to catch anything that came through the glass. I set the mic on it, pointed vaguely toward the yard, and opened my phone's voice memo app. The red record bar slid to the right. New recording. I named it, then changed that to night1_backdoor. Then I turned the screen off, left the phone plugged into a charger so it wouldn't die, and went upstairs. Both dogs came with me. My bedroom had turned into something between a sick ward and a bunker. Luna's bed, a thick, orthopedic pad the vet recommended, sat on the floor near my side of the bed, covered in an old blanket she had already claimed by smell. Her shaved stomach, cross-hatched with stitches, rose and fell slowly. Ranger lay stretched out at the foot of my bed, head resting near my ankle, the way he had since the first week. I couldn't see the yard from that room, just the cul-de-sac out front and the vague glow of a streetlight leaking around the edges of the blinds. For the first time in weeks, I wasn't planning to sprint downstairs at the first bark to look through the glass. The phone would be listening for me. It was a thin kind of courage, but it was something. I lay there in the dark, one hand dangling off the mattress so I could feel Ranger's fur under my fingertips, the other resting on the edge of Luna's bed just close enough to feel some of her warmth. Outside, a car rolled slowly into the cul-de-sac and clicked as it cooled. Somewhere far off, a train's horn moaned once. I woke a few times to Luna shifting with a soft groan as she tried to find a better position that didn't pull on her stitches, to Ranger giving a single, warning huff when some small noise filtered through the wall, to my own heart racing for no clear reason. But I didn't go downstairs. In the morning, gray light leaking in around the blinds. My first thought was not coffee or work. It was the phone. The dogs followed me down the stairs, Luna carefully, one step at a time, my hand hovering over her back like a useless safety net. Ranger went ahead, doing his own sweep of the hallway before I even reached the bottom. The little side table by the back door was exactly where I'd left it. The phone was still there, still plugged in. The app showed a stopped recording 6 hours and 52 minutes long. My thumb hovered over the play button for a second. Some part of me didn't want to know if it had caught anything. The same way you don't always want your medical test results, because as long as you don't hear them, there's still a version of the world where you're fine. I hit play anyway. I put in headphones. It felt wrong listening to it through the phone's tiny speakers, letting the sound bleed into the room. This felt private, between me and whatever was or wasn't lurking outside the glass at 3 in the morning. At first, it was nothing. It was... The recording opened with a wash of low hums and ticks, the fridge compressor kicking on, the soft static of nighttime silence, the occasional creak as the house adjusted to the chill. Somewhere, faintly, I could hear the regular tick-tock of the kitchen clock, each second clicking past like a little pin hitting wood. I scrubbed forward with my thumb through the waveform, which was mostly a flat line with small bumps where I must have walked by or a car passed out front. At around 1:10 there was a brief burst of sound, Ranger barking twice, deep and sudden, the sharp clack of his nails on the floor as he padded to the back door. Then silence again. Nothing else. I kept moving the cursor. 2:00 a.m. 2:23. The file's timestamp label for 2:47 a.m. lined up with a small, sharp spike in the waveform thicker than the others, like something big had disrupted the quiet. I dragged the playhead back a few seconds before it and pressed play. Headphones tight against my ears, volume a little higher now. At first, it was more of the same fridge, faint electrical hiss, that steady clock. Then there was a soft click as the camera's motion sensor kicked in, boosting the gain just enough that the background sounds sharpened. And under all that, something else faded into range. A breath, long, heavy, in, out. It was not the dogs when they pant. It's quick and light. A little stutter of sound near the microphone height. This was lower, fuller, somewhere between the height of the back door and the top of the window, as if the mic were picking up reverberations through the glass. It had a weight to it, the way a big animal's breathing is when it is close enough for you to feel it. Each inhale dragged against something moist. Each exhale pushed through something slightly obstructed, making the faintest wet rasp. I felt my own lungs start to shorten, my brain automatically matching its rhythm, then pulling back. Under that primary breathing, there was something else, almost too low to catch at first. I rewound 10 seconds, turned the volume up another couple of notches, and tried again. The main breath came in a deep, slow pull. Underneath it, like a shadow under a shadow, there was a tone, a faint hum. Not musical, not a tune, just a low, almost mechanical vibration, as if someone had recorded the sound of wind moving through a huge, hollow pipe and buried it faintly under the lungs. It wavered slightly with each inhale and exhale, like it was coming from inside the same body. It did not sound like any animal I'd ever heard. It sounded like something that shouldn't have a voice had been given one, and was still learning how to use it. I felt every hair on my arms stand up. The recording went on for about 40 seconds, breath in, breath out. The soft, throaty hum beneath. The dogs did not bark. That was the worst part. You could hear them in the distance on the track. A sleep, an occasional snore from Ranger. A faint whimper from Luna as she shifted in her crate. They had not seen or heard. Whatever was breathing on the other side of the door, with its face so close to the glass that the mic registered its lungs, I realized my own breathing had fallen into sync with the recording. Without meaning to. I was inhaling when it inhaled, exhaling when it exhaled, matching its length. I hit pause, yanked the headphones off like they'd bitten me. My heart was pounding. The kitchen seemed too bright, the back door too thin. Ranger looked up from where he lay by Luna's bed, ears perked, sensing my change in pulse more than anything. I took a second, swallowed, then put the headphones back on. I needed to be sure. I backed the track up further. This time, I listened not only to the breathing, but to everything around it. A few seconds before the first long inhale, there was the faint sound of footsteps upstairs, my footsteps, the creak of my bed frame, the soft thud of my own feet hitting the floor above as I got up in the middle of the night, probably to use the bathroom or check the window. Then, a little clatter of ceramic, the unmistakable sound of me setting a glass down on the counter by the sink. I remembered that. Suddenly. Standing in the dark kitchen around 3 a.m. a couple nights before, sipping water, staring at the back door without quite going near it, feeling observed. I had been on the other side of that glass while something breathed inches away. I replayed the breathing section again, this time dropping the volume slightly, focusing on the texture of it. There were 2 patterns. I realized. One was rougher at the edges, hitching slightly at one point like whoever it belonged to had swallowed wrong. The pace sped up for a few beats, then steadied. The other was smooth and inhumanly steady, like air moving through the same space at a different pitch. I held my own breath for 5 seconds while the track played, wanting to see if one of the lines on the waveform would flatten. It didn't. Even in the section where I knew, absolutely knew. My lungs were empty and my chest still. The audio showed 2 distinct breath shapes overlapping. Later, sitting at my laptop with the file imported into free audio software, I zoomed in on the waveform until the whole screen was just peaks and valleys. The top layer, irregular and jittery, matched the way a human breath looks, a little tremor in the inhale, a slower drop in the exhale. The bottom layer was different, lower, heavier. Each breath was a solid block of sound, like someone drawing a bow across a cello string very slowly. When I lined up the timestamps comparing the moment I set the glass down, the moment the fridge compressor kicked in, the moment a pipe in the wall ticked, I realized the obvious. One of those breathing patterns was mine. The app had picked me up at the same time it picked up whatever was outside. But the deeper one, that didn't belong to anyone in the house. It was older, somehow, slower. Like the world had 2 metronomes running at once, one human, one belonging to something that had spent too long in dark spaces and forgotten what sunlight felt like. After that, I started recording every night, different angles, different rooms. I'd sit in bed the next day with my headphones on, scrubbing through hours of hum and creak, waiting to hit that patch where the world outside remembered it had lungs. Some nights it wasn't there at all. Some nights, it was faint, just at the edge of perception. On one recording, I heard it for nearly 3 full minutes, low and patient, as if it had sat there, pressed against the door, just breathing while my dog slept and my own chest rose and fell in time upstairs. You might think you'd get used to it, that after hearing it enough times, it would become just another awful thing you file under. I can't do anything about this. You don't. If anything, it gets worse because you start anticipating it. Your own body starts to betray you. Some nights, sitting alone in the half-light of my kitchen with those recordings playing back on loop, I catch myself listening too hard, and I realize I'm matching that lower breathing without meaning to. Like whatever's out there is teaching my lungs a new rhythm. 6.1. The power goes out. By the time the night it tried to come in rolled around, the house already felt like a war zone waiting for the next shell. I had gotten used to weird patterns, the 3 clicking on the bark, the slow, heavy breathing at the back door, the camera notifications that meant nothing and everything at the same time. But the storm that night felt wrong even before anything touched the house. All afternoon, the sky had been loading itself like a gun. Clouds stacked up over the preserve in huge, bruised layers, dark purple at the bottom, sickly yellow at the edges where the last light from the sun tried to bleed through. The trees behind my fence moved in a way I hadn't seen before, bending and straightening like they were bracing for something. By 8, the first drops hit the windows, fat, hard, loud enough that Ranger lifted his head from where he was lying by the back door and gave a quiet, questioning woof. Luna, still on restricted duty, was on her bed in the living room, shaved belly rising and falling carefully under the blanket. Her stitches were out now, but the scar was still angry and pink, a jagged punctuation mark running across her stomach. She hated being cooped up. Every time wind rattled the siding, her ears twitched. The rain didn't ease in. It went from tentative to furious in about 30 seconds. 1 second, just a few scattered taps on the glass. The next, a full-on assault sheets of water slamming against the sliding door. Wind driving it sideways. Gutters overflowing so fast I could hear the rush of water pouring out onto the lawn. The TV flickered. I was half watching some meaningless show, volume low, more for company than anything. The lights dimmed with that almost silent electrical sigh, then steadied. The picture cut to static for a heartbeat before snapping back. Ranger stood up now, moving closer to the glass, as if the increase in noise had bumped his job from monitor to active duty. His reflection in the sliding door looked like another dog pacing just outside, his head turning back and forth as he tracked movements I couldn't see. Every time a flash of lightning lit up the yard, Luna whimpered. Just a little puff of air, high and soft, like she was embarrassed by it. Her paws twitched, claws scraping the blanket. Easy, I told her. More for myself than for her. Just a storm. My words sounded thin against the noise. The preserve had turned into a single, solid wall of black. The rain blurred the individual trunks and branches, turned them into a big, heaving shadow that loomed beyond the fence. Thunder rolled in, slow and long, the kind you feel in your ribs. Another flicker. The lamps in the living room blinked, glowed weak for a second, came back. The refrigerator hummed hard enough that something in the kitchen cabinets rattled. From the tree line, under the noise of the storm, a different sound slipped in. Wood breaking. Not the random snap of a small branch. This was deeper, wetter. The sound of something heavy stepping where it shouldn't. Heel coming down on a half-rotten log and driving through. Crack! It came again a few seconds later, but there was something else under it now. Click, click, click. 3 sharp taps. Regular, almost musical. Thunder growled overhead. Rain pounded the glass. And something out there in the preserve kept its own rhythm, out of sync with the wind and the storm. I muted the TV without thinking, thumb pressing down on the remote so hard it clicked. The living room dropped into a storm soundtrack rain. Distant thunder. The occasional hiss of tires on wet pavement from the front of the house, people still trying to get home. The clicks came again. Not from the ground, from up, from tree height. 3 taps, a pause, 3 more, like knuckles on a door that wasn't there. Ranger, I said quietly. He didn't look back. His entire body was aimed at the sliding door, tail stiff, shoulders high. A low growl vibrated in his chest, almost lost under the rest of the soundscape. Luna tried to stand, caught herself as the scar on her belly pulled, then settled for shuffling closer to the hallway where she could see both me and the back door. Lightning flared again, washing the yard in white for a fraction of a second. The fence and the tree line stood out in stark silhouette. I thought I saw movement, something darker against the dark, hanging where branches shouldn't be. Then the light was gone, and all I had was the afterimage burning in my eyes. I didn't go closer to the glass. Instead, I did something that would have made me laugh a month earlier. I went to the hall closet and took out the shotgun I kept in there just in case. It was an old pump-action thing I'd bought used from a sporting goods store after the divorce. More out of some stupid idea about being a homeowner than any real intention to shoot anything. I'd taken it to a range once, fumbled through a box of shells, told myself I should really practice with it more. Now, my hands were steady as I checked that it was loaded. 2 shells in the tube, 1 in the chamber. It didn't feel like enough. I racked it once. The familiar movie sound loud in the close hallway. Ranger's ears flicked back at it. Luna's eyes widened. Relax, I told them, because my brain still thought saying that did anything. The TV flickered again. This time, it didn't come back right away. The picture shrank to a white dot in the center of the screen and then vanished completely, leaving us looking at our own reflections in the dark glass. The lights above us dimmed, brightened, dimmed again. Then everything went black. No hum from the fridge, no AC, no little LEDs on the router, just the storm. I stood there in the sudden dark, shotgun heavy in my hands, listening to the way the house changed when it lost its power. The silence under the noise was different, deeper. My phone lit up my pocket with a brief buzz power outage alert from the utility company. I pulled it out, the screen glow casting my hands in ghostly blue. Outage in your area, it said. Estimated restore time 2:30 a.m. Of course. I turned the phone's flashlight on and immediately wished I hadn't. The beam cut a harsh, narrow tunnel through the living room, throwing everything else into deeper shadow. Every piece of furniture looked wrong when lit from below. I checked the front window. The rest of the cul-de-sac was dark, too. A neighbor's yard light flickered briefly, then died. The only constant light now was the occasional flash of lightning. Each one turned the world outside into a black and white photograph for a second, then left it darker than before. The floodlight in the backyard, which was wired into the same circuit as the rest of the house, was out. I moved back toward the kitchen, the dogs close on my heels. The sound of the rain changed slightly as I got closer to the back of the house, more immediate, more like someone dumping buckets on the glass. Water streamed down the sliding door in sheets. Behind it, the preserve was gone. There was just a vague mass of black where the yard ended, a darker shadow beyond where the trees stood. I did a slow circuit of the downstairs, phone in one hand, shotgun in the other. The sound of the storm followed me through every room, filtered through different surfaces, muted and distant in the front hall, louder and more insistent in the back bedrooms. A constant drum roll overhead. Pipes ticked faintly in the walls, metal expanding and contracting as the temperature shifted. Somewhere, a drip started water finding a microscopic flaw near a windowsill and working its way through. Under all that, I waited for the sound that didn't belong. The click, the drag, the knock. When it came, it didn't sound small. It sounded like the house had been punched. A single, massive thud hit the rear siding, somewhere between the back door and my bedroom wall. The impact was deep enough that I felt it through the floorboards. The wall seemed to jump, A picture frame in the hallway rattled on its nail. The dogs reacted like someone had fired a gun right next to their heads. Luna barked, high and sharp, then whimpered as the sudden movement tugged at her healing scar. Ranger exploded, there is no other word for it, into a full-body roar, lunging toward the noise, nails scrambling for purchase on the slick floor. I swung the phone's light toward the back door just as a second blow landed. This one hit lower, closer to the foundation. The siding groaned under it, the sound of wood protesting against something that was heavier than it had any right to be. The glass of the sliding door shuddered in its frame for a second. The light from my phone caught the tiniest tremor in the pane, a ripple of reflection as it vibrated. Then something actually hit the glass. Not a branch, not debris. It was like someone had run full force into it with both hands. The entire door flexed inward, the center of the pane bowing toward us with a sickening, rubbery movement. The frame squealed, the lock rattled. The seal around the edges made a tiny, desperate squeak as it tried to hold. If it had shattered, I don't know what I would have done. Luna shrieked again, backing up, legs sliding. Ranger planted himself between her and the door, barking, every muscle in his body screaming, "Make it stop," in a language everybody understands. The glass didn't break, but it shook hard. I could hear it singing a high, vibrating whine that set my teeth on edge. You only hear that sound when something is right at the edge of giving way. Another thud, this time, right at the center of the door. The phone's light bounced wild in my hand. For a fraction of a second, I saw the outline of something on the other side of the glass, not clear, not distinct, just a darker mass against the dark. Pressed close enough that whatever it was smeared water in new patterns as it moved. The frame jumped again. Rainwater that had been running harmlessly down the outside suddenly forced itself through the top corner. A thin line of cold cutting down the inside of the glass like a vein opening. I tightened my grip on the shotgun. The storm outside had reached a crescendo, wind howling now, thunder cracking instead of rolling. The trees behind the fence thrashed, their branches lashing at each other. And mixed into that chaos were those deliberate impacts against my house, timed just far enough apart that I knew they weren't random. Something in the dark had decided that breathing on the doors and tapping on the walls wasn't enough anymore. It was testing the strength of the glass, the siding, the frame. If the lights had been on, if the cameras were still recording to the cloud, if the router LEDs were blinking their little green hearts out. I might have told myself there were backup eyes watching with me, but the power was gone. It was just me, 2 dogs, a failing pocket flashlight, and a storm big enough to swallow up any scream I might make. And whatever was outside had finally worked up the nerve to hit back. 6, 2. The thing at the glass. I do not know how close you have ever stood to a breaking point. Not metaphorically, literally. In my case, it was about 6 feet from the sliding glass door. Phone in one hand, shotgun in the other, while something outside tried to convince my house it was made of paper. The blows against the siding had paused. That almost made it worse. The storm roared on rain slamming sideways, wind shrieking around the corners of the house, thunder cracking open the sky. But the direct hits, the deep, body-felt thuds that made the frames rattle, had stopped. It felt like when someone is banging on a door and then suddenly goes quiet. You know they did not leave. They just changed tactics. Ranger stood next to me, his side pressed against my leg, barking with every ounce of air he had. This was not warning barking anymore. This was full-on panic, The frantic, broken sound that says this is bigger than me. Luna huddled further back in the kitchen, on the tile, her body low. Nails scrabbling every time thunder hit. She wanted to come closer, but her scar protested each movement. Pain and fear fought it out in her eyes. My phone's flashlight cut a narrow cone through the darkness toward the sliding door. The glass was a sheet of moving water. Rain ran down it in twisting columns, joining, splitting, catching the light in streaks and flashes. Beyond that, the yard was an indistinct smear of shadows and motion. The fence was just a darker band underneath, the preserve behind it swallowed by night. For a few seconds, all I saw in the glass was myself, pale face, wide eyes, the shape of the gun in my hands like some idiot in a disaster movie. I tried to angle the light to catch more detail outside without backlighting myself too much. The beam slid across the door from left to right, reflecting back in quick stabs of glare, sometimes catching only the water, sometimes only my own blurred features. It felt like aiming a tiny, useless lighthouse into an ocean. Then the light hit something that was not glass. On the right side of the door, where the frame met the pane, the beam stopped dead on texture. At first, my brain tried to make it part of the house, maybe a warped reflection, a piece of siding blown loose, a trick of water. But water does not bulge. Siding does not breathe. There was a face pressed against the glass, up close, too close. Its forehead, or what passed for one, touched the door so firmly that the skin flattened, creasing in long, thin wrinkles. The rain running down the outside warped around it, splitting into strange rivulets along the contours of its skull. The head was wrong, bigger than a person's, but not in any proportional way. The shape of it was all off, like someone had grabbed the back of a normal skull and pulled hard, stretching it into a lopsided oval that extended too far behind. The top was ridged in places, like something had grown under the skin and never quite settled right. The skin itself, I had seen that gray before, clinging to a tree trunk. But up close, in the harsh LED of my phone, I could see how thin it really was. It looked like paper left in dirty water, pale, mottled, with darker patches where mud or something worse had smeared and dried. In some places, it thinned to near transparency, spiderweb cracks running through it where the storm had dried it out, revealing a web of red, ropey veins pulsing underneath, along the sides of its head. The skin had split at some point and healed badly, leaving jagged fissures that oozed a darker, almost black moisture that the rain couldn't quite wash away. Where the eyes should have been, there were only hollows, not empty holes exactly, just deeper wells of darkness in the gray, circular depressions that had sunk inward. The skin around them cracked and puckered as if something inside had evaporated. They were wet, though glistening, as if lined with some jelly-like film. When my flashlight hit them, the reflection was wrong. It did not bounce like a normal eye. There was no clear point of light. Instead, the glow seemed to sink into them, as if I were shining my phone down a well filled with thick, dark water. For a second, I had the horrible sensation that it wasn't seeing in the way we understand at all. It was absorbing, taking in the light, and maybe more. Like the hollows were mouths that just happened to sit where eyes should be. The actual mouth was worse. It was not horizontal. There was no neat line across the lower half of the face, no jaw in the usual sense. Instead, a single vertical slit ran from just above where the nose might have been all the way down to where the neck started. A long, thin seam in the skin, puckered at the edges like an old scar. As the wind howled and the rain hammered the glass, that slit twitched. Then, very slowly, it began to open. Not like lips parting, more like a wound separating under strain. The skin on either side pulled back, tearing a little at the corners, revealing what was underneath. Teeth, if you can call them that. Short, stubby things, arranged in irregular rows along both sides of the opening. Some were broken off, others worn down to rounded nubs. A few were longer, needle-like, wedged in at strange angles, jutting out over the others. None of them were clean. Strings of pale tendon or gristle stretched between them, slick and fibrous, catching the phone light in nasty, wet glints. In the deeper part of the slit, I could see something moving slowly, flexing a tongue, or multiple tongues, thick and pale and scarred, pushing against each other as it tasted the glass. When it exhaled, the slit flared slightly. A hot, rancid breath washed across the inside of the door. You would think a smell can't travel through glass. That's what I'd always told myself. But when that breath hit, something in the house seemed to change. The air felt heavier, denser. A faint scent seeped around the edges of the frame, moldy, grave cold, with an underlying tang of wet bone. It reminded me of lifting the lid on a cooler days after you forgot to dump the ice. Only the meat inside had been bones instead of steak. Steam fogged the glass in front of its face in a wide, oval patch, creeping outward with each exhale. Droplets of condensation collected on the inside as its breath fought with the cold surface. Ranger went insane. He threw himself at the door, teeth bared, barking so hard his whole body shook. Spit flew from his mouth, mixing with the condensation on the glass, creating a muddy smear between us and it. Luna started to howl, a raw, broken sound. Her body refusing to let her move forward, but her voice trying to claw its way through the noise. The thing did not flinch. It lifted one hand and placed it slowly, deliberately against the glass. I had seen an arm reach under my fence. I had seen a hand tear my dog open like wrapping paper. This was the same anatomy. Closer, worse. Its palm was too flat. The skin there a little lighter, crisscrossed with faint, hairline cracks that looked almost like dried clay. The fingers were impossibly long, jointed in too many places. Each segment thinned down before thickening slightly at the next joint, making them look almost like strings of gray beads under skin. Between the knuckles, protruding through the flesh in little ridges, were small, pale fragments. Bone, not its own. You could see it in the way they didn't match their texture, a little different, their color a shade off. Tiny shards of something whitish and porous, like pieces of ribs or finger bones, embedded along the fingers as if someone had pressed them in while the skin was still soft and let it heal around them. At each fingertip, the nail, if it had one originally, had been replaced or reinforced. Jutting out from the end of each digit was a sharpened shard of bone, maybe an inch long, yellowed and stained. Some had a subtle curve, like claws stolen from different animals. Others were flatter, more like pieces of human fingernail layered and fused together. They were not clean trophies. Little strings of dried flesh still clung to some of them, shriveled and dark. A few had clear bite marks gouged into them, as if something had gnawed on them before deciding they'd make good weapons. As it splayed its hand on the glass, those bone shards clicked faintly against the surface. Tap, tap, tap. Through the thin lens of my flashlight, I saw its forearm. The skin there had been altered even more, Patches of it were thicker, scarred over, like armor that had grown from the inside out. In one spot, a smooth, curved plate jutted out from the muscle, a section of a skull, unmistakable in its shape. An empty eye socket stared back at me from its flesh, rimmed with old, dried blood. The edges of the bone had fused with the creature's arm, veins threaded over it in a mess of red and gray like ivy clinging to old stone. It had grafted someone's face onto its own body, not for function, for decoration. It pulled its hand back a few inches, then it slammed it into the glass. The impact was deafening. The whole door buckled inward, the frame screaming in protest. The phone nearly slipped from my hand as the floor vibrated. A spiderweb of tiny cracks shot out from the point where the bone shards met the glass. Thin white lines radiating outward in a pattern that looked almost organic, like veins. Ranger crashed against the door at the same moment, claws skidding, barking a hoarse, desperate challenge. Back I shouted, though I doubt he heard me over the noise. The thing hit the door again. This time, it used more than its hand. The head that had been pressed so lovingly against the glass snapped back, then lunged forward, slamming into the pane with a meaty thud. For a heartbeat. Its features flattened grotesquely, the vertical mouth squashing, the hollows of its eyes bulging. Then it pulled back, leaving behind a smear of something dark and sticky, like tar mixed with blood. The cracks spread, fine lines at first, then thicker, spider-webbing out across the center of the pane. Tiny chips of glass spat inward, tinkling against the floor. Dogs' howls and barks mixed into one frantic chorus. I took a step closer without meaning to. Phone raised, shotgun forgotten in my other hand. It looked at me, or at least, I felt looked at. Those well-like pits in its face seemed to deepen, the darkness inside them thickening, swallowing the little island of light my phone offered. It breathed again, harder this time. The fog on the glass bloomed, then cleared in a ragged circle as the next blow came. "Stop," I said. Stupidly. "Stop." It did not. The third hit shattered the world. There was no warning, no slow grind from crack to collapse. 1 second, the glass was crazed with white lines. The next, the center of it exploded inward in a rush of sound and cold and glittering shards. The protective film on the pane tried to hold it together, but it was like watching ice break on a river. Huge sections sagged forward as one, then tore free at the edges and crashed inward in slabs and splinters. Something sharp and hot lanced across my forehead. For a half second, there was no pain, just a bright white flash in my vision and the metallic taste of adrenaline. Then warmth spilled down into my eyes. Blood, hot and thick, poured down from the cut, over my eyebrow, into my lashes. The world smeared red and black, the flashlight beam turning into a flaming streak across my field of view. I staggered backward, my heel catching on the edge of the rug. The shotgun slipped from my hand, hit the floor with a heavy clatter that echoed weirdly between thunder cracks. The phone flew in the opposite direction, tumbling, its light spinning wild arcs across the ceiling, the walls, the ruined doorway. For one dizzy moment, the beam swept back across the opening where the door had been. I saw it, halfway inside. Its upper body had already come through, pushing past the hanging tatters of shattered glass and limp security film. One long arm reached for the floor, bone-tipped fingers scraping gouges into the wood as it hauled itself in. The embedded skull fragment on its forearm glowed pale in the phone's light. The empty eye socket staring at my dogs. Its torso was worse. Strips of skin stretched too tight over something knobby and wrong, with gaps in between where bone showed through. Here and there, other bits were fused into it, chunks of rib, a broken mandible, what looked sickeningly like part of a child's small skull tucked near its shoulder like a grotesque pauldron. Its vertical mouth hung half open, strings of saliva or something thicker trailing from tooth to tooth. Behind it, the storm raged, rain framing its body like a curtain of static. The light flipped away again as the phone spun, smashing into a cabinet and landing face down. Darkness swallowed the room. All I had then was the sound of the storm, the dogs, my own ragged breathing, and the wet, grinding noise it made as it dragged more of itself over the broken frame and into my house. 6.3. Fighting something that does not bleed right. For a second after the glass blew in, everything was noise and black and pain. The storm roared, the house groaned, the dogs howled, and somewhere under all of it something big and wrong is dragging itself across my floor. My vision was still smeared red from the cut on my forehead. Blood ran into my left eye, thick and hot, blinding that side completely. The right eye gave me only shapes, dark silhouettes jerking against flashes of lightning and the weak, spinning glow from my phone's fallen flashlight, now half covered under a curtain of broken glass film. I hit the floor hard, my shoulder taking the impact. The shotgun skidded away from me across the wet wood with a metal scrape. Spinning out of reach toward the far counter, something splashed next to my hand. Not water. Thicker. It smelled like the yard had smelled the morning after a flood, when the ditch by the preserve filled up with stagnant water and dead leaves. Only worse, like swamp mud and old pennies and meat left in a plastic bag in the heat. I rolled onto my stomach, palms sliding on a mixture of rainwater and whatever was seeping in from the thing at the door. Tiny shards of glass dug into my skin, tinkling as they shifted. My fingers closed around something smooth and solid, the wooden handle of the old aluminum bat I kept in the umbrella stand by the door. I had never been so grateful for lazy storage in my life. "Ranger," I choked out, not even sure what I was commanding him to do. He did not wait to be told. He was already on it. I heard the sound first, his snarl, deep and tearing, followed by the wet, thick noise of his teeth sinking into something that wasn't wood or fabric. I pushed myself up onto my knees and turned toward the door. The creature's upper body was fully inside now. One arm and shoulder were jammed through the torn frame. Bone-tipped fingers splayed on my floor. Elbow bent at an angle that would have shattered a human joint. The rest of it slithered after, scraping against the jagged edges of the broken glass. The hanging plastic safety film clung to its back and head like spider webs, tearing in long, clear ribbons as it moved. Ranger had latched onto one of its forearms, jaws locked just below the patch of fused human skull I'd seen. His teeth sank in up to the gums, his whole body shaking as he tried to drag it backward. The thing's skin didn't give the way flesh should. It indented, then slowly tore. Threads of gray stretching and snapping. Dark fluid erupted from the wounds. It wasn't red. It oozed out in thick ropes, almost black in the dim light, with a sickly green sheen where the phone's beam caught it. It had the consistency of mud scooped from the bottom of a pond, heavy, clotted, granules of something like grit suspended in it. The smell hit an instant later, burning up my sinuses, rot and stagnant water, old coins and moldy drywall, the reek of a flooded basement that no one ever pumped out. Ranger spat and coughed, gagging for half a second, but he did not let go. Luna, growling low through the pain in her belly, lunged as far as her wounded body would let her and snapped at the other arm as it groped blindly for purchase. Her teeth scraped along one of the bone shards embedded in its fingers, producing an awful, high-pitched screech like metal on stone. The creature reacted, but not the way an animal in pain should. It jerked, more from the disturbance than from agony, as if their bites were annoyances, not injuries. Its vertical mouth flared wider, strings of saliva and something darker snapping between its short, broken teeth as it let out a sound that wasn't quite a scream. It was a low, vibrating hum that built in my chest more than my ears, deepening until the hanging glass fragments chimed against each other. The bat felt absurdly small in my hands, but it was what I had. I pushed off the floor, boots slipping, and swung. The first hit landed on its reaching hand. The aluminum connected with a cluster of bone-tipped fingers and embedded fragments. The sound it made was not the crack of bat on flesh. It was like smashing an old, sun-bleached coconut against rock. A dry, splintering noise followed by a crunch that sent vibrations up my arms. Tiny chips of bone flew, pinging off the tile, some hitting my cheek like sharp hail. The hand jerked back instinctively, fingers spasming. Two of the bone shards snapped clean off and skittered across the floor, trailing that thick, blackish sludge. The creature's head snapped toward me. Those hollow pseudo-eyes deepened, focusing in a way I could feel even if they didn't work like ours. The vertical mouth spasmed, then snapped shut. Bits of pale tissue caught between the teeth. I swung again, this time higher, at its face. The bat slammed into the side of its head with a force that would have caved in a person's skull. Again. The sound was wrong. Not the wet, brittle break of bone and brain and blood, more like hitting a hollow, half-rotten log, something that had dried out, then filled with new, stranger material. The skin tore in a ragged patch. Underneath, bone showed through. But it wasn't all its bone. What should have been its own skull was a patchwork. Sections of white and gray and brown, different densities, hastily knitted together by strings of scar tissue. One area, right above where an ear might have been, had a human jawbone fused onto it sideways, teeth jutting outward like a crown. Another had the smooth curve of a cheekbone that didn't match the angle of the head beneath it. As the bat hit, a piece of that outer bone armor cracked. A triangular shard broke free and tumbled to the floor. For a brief, insane second, I saw the underside of that fragment, the curve of an eye socket, the ridge of a brow, the faint trace of a healed fracture line. I knew that fracture. I had traced it with my eyes back in the grove, where the skull lay in the pile with the deer and dogs and raccoons. A long crack like a lightning bolt across the forehead. Only now, there was another mark too. Near the temple, a small, clean, circular hole punched straight through the bone. A bullet hole. Whoever that skull belonged to had not died in the woods, not like the others. Someone had shot them once, clean and hard, and the thing had come later and taken what it wanted. Now it wore that piece like armor, like a trophy. The creature lurched sideways from the blow, its upper body pivoting around the jammed hips still lodged halfway through the broken frame. One of its hands flailed out. Fingers spread. It caught Ranger in the chest. The impact lifted him off his feet and threw him into the kitchen island with a sickening thud. He yelped, a sound torn away as his body hit the cabinet and slid down, leaving a smear of dark and bright mixed together. "Ranger," I shouted. He moved, thank God, legs scrambling for purchase, lungs heaving, but his bark was gone, replaced by a hoarse, breathy wheeze. Luna tried to rush back in, but her back legs slipped on the mixture of water and that awful black slime. She went down on her side, sliding into the base of the fridge, claws scrabbling. The thing took the opening. It pushed harder into the house. Its ribcage scraped over the bottom rail of the door, sending flakes of paint and splinters flying. For the first time, the bat's roving light from my fallen phone caught more of its torso. It wasn't just built wrong, it was decorated. Pieces of other things, other people were embedded all over it. A section of ribcage that did not match the spacing of the others, fused onto its own like a second, smaller breastbone. A human mandible set sideways along its flank, teeth still in place, some capped in yellowed fillings. A strip of pale vertebrae curling along its back like a grotesque spine within a spine. Each segment drilled cleanly through and pinned there by cords of gristle. Between those, smaller trophies, a dog's tooth, still attached to a fragment of jaw. What looked like the front of a child's skull. The tiny, smooth forehead cracked and stained, eye sockets empty. A piece of gray hoodie fabric, soaked and shredded, caught under a layer of scar tissue near its ribs, fused to the flesh as if it had healed around it, draped across its chest. Tangled in the half-regrown skin was a short length of metal chain. Not decoration in any normal sense, just left there, absorbed. A torn dog collar still clung to part of it. Tag long gone. It didn't just eat what it killed, it wore them, layered itself in them. The hum started again, building low in its chest. I felt it in my teeth this time, in the cut on my forehead. The wound throbbed in time with the noise, each pulse sending a warm trickle down my temple. It reached for me. One of its bone-tipped hands, half shattered by my earlier hit, swung in a clumsy arc toward my face. I moved on instinct, dropped low, bat gripped in both hands, and swung up from below into the side of its torso like I was trying to crack open a piñata from hell. The bat connected with something that felt half solid, half hollow. There was that dry, splitting noise again, coconut shell, brittle wood, something baked and dead long before tonight. The impact drove a section of its rib cage inward. The skin there split in a jagged line, peeling back, underneath. There was no neat arrangement of organs, just more bone and meat and random leftovers, bundles of tendon, chunks of grayish flesh with teeth marks on them. Long strips of what could have been sinew from a dozen different animals braided together. A rush of that black sludge poured out, spattering my shoes, my jeans. It hit the floor in heavy blobs that splashed, rebounded, and then seemed to crawl slightly, sluggishly, as if they still remembered being part of something. The thing jerked, twisting. The vertical mouth gaped, teeth clicking together hard enough to chip. The hum broke into something closer to a roar, but the pitch was wrong, too low, too vibrational, almost infrasonic. The pots hanging from the rack over the island trembled. A hairline crack spread along one of the tiles near my foot. It swung again. Wild, one of its flailing arms caught Luna, sending her spinning into the cabinet door with a whump that knocked a magnet off the fridge. She yelped, tried to get back up, but her back legs slid and buckled again. Rage, white-hot and useless, flared through me. I screamed not words, just sound, and threw my weight into another swing. This time I aimed for the joint where its arm met its shoulder, right near the embedded human jawbone. The bat slammed into that fused spot with everything I had left. There was a loud, dry crack. The jawbone heaved loose, snapping free, teeth scattering like dice. Something deeper inside the joint gave. The arm went slack, bone shards at the fingertips scraping uselessly across the floor as the limb dangled. Black sludge poured down its side in a thick curtain. It tried to pull back. For the first time, I felt it hesitate in the threshold. It made a sound then that I will hear in my sleep until the day I die. Not an animal scream, not a human groan. The hum in its chest rose, deepened, then fractured into layers, like several notes played too close together. The frequency of it sank so low, it was almost below hearing, vibrating up through the floorboards, through my knees, through my teeth fillings. The windows shook. The broken glass on the floor jittered in place, tinkling like ice cubes in a glass. A couple of plates in the cabinet clinked together, rattling against their neighbors. The whole frame of the house seemed to resonate with it, as if the creature had found the exact pitch that the wood and nails of my home hated. I could barely stay upright. Ranger crawled back to Luna and pressed himself against her, both of them flattening to the ground like they thought the sound might take their legs out from under them. My grip on the bat slipped, slick with a mix of my blood and its. The thing wrenched its remaining good arm backward, clamping its clawed fingers into the broken frame, and started to haul itself out. It did not leave fast. It moved with this horrible, reluctant motion, like it wanted to stay, like some part of it was still reaching for us even as its body made the calculation that this particular entry point had become too costly. I stumbled back, sucking in ragged lungfuls of air that tasted like mud and copper. Some part of my brain still functioning on homeowner instinct screamed at me to close the hole. There was no power, no way to drop the electric hurricane shutter like in some Florida house. But a few months earlier, I had bought plywood sheets just in case for hurricane season and never put them up. They were still stacked in the garage. Adrenaline can do ridiculous things with time. I remember snatching my keys from the counter in a single motion, slamming through the interior door into the garage, nearly wiping out on the concrete as my blood-slick shoes lost traction. The overhead light was dead, but lightning through the small side window gave me just enough strobing illumination to see the stack of boards against the wall. I grabbed the top sheet, a heavy rectangle of rough plywood, and half carried, half dragged it back through the doorway. Muscles screaming, the edge gouging lines into the floor. By the time I reached the ruined sliding door, the creature had gotten most of its torso back out. Its head and shoulders still protruded, twisted sideways. That vertical mouth sucking in air in harsh, wet pulls. The embedded skull fragments along its flank scraped against the splintered frame as it retreated, leaving behind streaks of black slime and something lighter that might actually have been its blood mixing with old human stains. I didn't wait for it to go all the way. I slammed the board up against the opening from the inside, covering as much of the gap as I could. There was no time to measure, no time to cut. I just braced my back against it and shoved, feet sliding on the wet, glass-strewn floor. On the other side, the creature's remaining hand slapped against the wood. The impact drove the breath out of me. Bone shards punched through in a couple of spots, tiny white tips poking through the plywood like nails. It pushed. I pushed back. For a few seconds, we were locked there, me and this thing from the preserve, fighting over a piece of lumber as the storm howled outside and my dogs whimpered on the floor. Every shove from it rattled the board, sending vibrations through my spine each time. I could hear its hum, now muffled by the wood, but still deep enough to make the glasses in the cabinet tremble. "Get out," I rasped, not sure who I was talking to. "Get out. Get out. Get out." Something in the plywood cracked near my shoulder, a splinter giving way. One of the bone shards squealed as it dragged across the wood, carving a long, shallow groove. Then, all at once, the pressure eased. The weight against the board shifted, thinned, and then vanished as whatever was on the other side let go. I held on anyway, muscles locked, waiting for the next hit. Instead, I heard it move. The sound of it backing away from the house was as wrong as everything else about it: slow, wet, a combination of dragging and pulling, its limbs making dull thumps as they met the deck outside. The hum changed, dropping lower, then cutting off altogether. In its place came the heavy, measured thud of its steps crossing the patio, then the softer, sucking impacts of it hitting the rain-soaked yard. Past the fence, the preserve groaned, branches snapped. Somewhere deeper in the trees, something large crashed through underbrush. For a few seconds, the forest seemed to rearrange itself around its leaving. Then, gradually, the storm took over again. Just rain, just thunder, just the wind whipping around the edges of the plywood, where I had not sealed it completely. I do not know how long I stood there, braced against that board. At some point, my legs gave up. I slid down the plywood, leaving a smear of blood and black muck behind, and ended up sitting on the floor with my back to the makeshift barrier. My heart thudded in my chest, each beat a dull ache. The house around me was a disaster. Broken glass everywhere, glittering in the intermittent lightning flashes. Puddles of rainwater mixed with streaks of that black sludge and brighter, more familiar red. Gouges in the floor where its claws had dug in. My own blood spattered the cabinets, the island, my shirt, dripping from my chin. Ranger crawled to my side and pressed himself against my leg, shaking so hard I could feel his bones chatter, one of his shoulders already swelling where it had hit the island. His muzzle was streaked with that too dark stuff, staining his fur in ugly patches. Luna dragged herself forward on her front legs until she could push her nose into my other hand, huffing, her breath hot and shaky. For a long time, the only sounds were the storm, the ticking of cooling metal, the dogs panting, and my own ragged breathing. The smell of the thing lingered, heavy and clinging, even though it was gone. Mud, rot, old bone. As I sat there in that ruined kitchen, blood soaking into my jeans, glass pressing into the backs of my legs, my hands resting on the two animals that had tried to fight something they didn't understand. One thought finally cut through the fog in my head. You can tell yourself it's just an animal. You can call it a monster. You can say it like that makes it less. But whatever that thing is, it doesn't just kill. It wears what it kills.